Debí de haber revisado mi micrófono antes de haber empezado esto, que ayer vinieron a limpiar la oficina y siempre lo quitan y lo vuelven a poner. Y no lo limpian. Ahí puedo ver todos mis escupitajos en el maldito micrófono todavía. ¿Cómo están? Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Mejor que la de mi mujer, porque me acabo de dar cuenta de lo fuerte que estoy hablando y lo fuerte que estoy gritando, en lo que ella está todavía dormidita, acurrucadita con Vini. Bien por ella, bien por ella. Pero aquí estamos desde temprano, como de que no vamos, obviamente, a tener un gran episodio del Casino del Tío Salo. Pero el día de hoy simplemente quiero poner un poco de perspectiva en dónde estamos parados económicamente y qué es lo que podría pasar con el mercado, porque creo que hay la razón por la que quiero hacer este video es porque estamos entrando en lo que yo creo podría ser un final de ciclo económico. Estos finales de ciclo económicos es estilo 2008, 2002, etcétera, lo de los 80s, y tendría bastantes consecuencias, consecuencias que puedes aprovechar para hacer dinero y puedes aprovechar para mitigar cualquier pérdida que pueda existir. Simplemente quiero platicar de esto, darte otro punto de vista. De nuevo, lo que digo no es religión, simplemente es como un imbécil como yo ve todas estas cosas. Vamos a empezar con esto. La historia de los medios, la que todo el mundo te va a contar, vas a ver YouTube, vas a ver en cualquier lado, esto es lo que te van a decir. La economía no está en recesión, la economía está muy bien, simplemente tenemos inflación, es lo que está pasando, estamos creciendo poco a poco, no tan aceleradamente como antes, pero todo está bien. Si volteamos a ver los datos de desempleo, excelentes, volteamos a ver hasta los datos de inflación, bien, 2%, por ahí del 2 y cacho por ciento, eso no es, eso es lo que nos dicen, ¿no? Que es bueno, que está bien, la inflación está bajando, no, vamos a seguir simplemente con lo que nos están contando. Entonces, tenemos esta gran economía que simplemente no para de crecer. Tuvimos inflación porque fue un accidente. A la Reserva Federal se le olvidó cómo funciona el sistema monetario. Decidieron imprimir 11 trillones de dólares y expandir literalmente toda su bolsa, la Reserva Federal y todos los bancos centrales en el mundo, mínimo de nuestro lado. Y eso causó inflación, que decían que no lo iba a causar, pero después, una vez que empezamos a ver inflación, dijeron, uy, esto va a ser solamente transitorio, no se preocupen, y después, una vez que la inflación se quedó, ya fue la inflación, etcétera. Acabando el mandato de Biden el año pasado, nos habían dicho que todo estaba perfecto, el aterrizaje suave, todo el mundo ya aterrizó suavemente, puedes sentirlo en tus nalguitas, ve, agárrate las nalgas y ve lo suave que aterrizaste. Entonces, venimos en el aterrizaje suave de Biden, estábamos en un aterrizaje tan suave que la Reserva Federal empezó a bajar tipos el año pasado. ¿Por qué se preguntarán si todavía hay inflación? Excelente pregunta. Pero en ese entonces lo bajaron, creían que la inflación iba a salirse y ahora entra el presidente Trump y con sus locuras y la inestabilidad en el mercado y las sorpresas que a nadie le contaron, ¿no? Que, o sea, sé que lo dijo en campaña y sé que lo dijo todo el tiempo y sé que era la base de todo lo que iba a hacer, pero a mucha gente lo agarró por sorpresa. Y esta guerra de aranceles está haciendo que los mercados caigan. Las bolsas que han estado subiendo como locas últimamente, alguno podría argumentar que es por inflación, pero la gran mayoría de lo que ves es simplemente es una economía muy potente, mucho dinero, es lo que estamos viendo en estos momentos. Esta caída de mercado es culpa completamente del presidente Trump, también por los aranceles. Los aranceles son, ¿qué les puedo decir? Una guerra arancelaria y sobre todo viendo a todos los expertos que hay en línea que me cuentan de lo agresiva de la guerra arancelaria y las malas consecuencias que han abierto muchos negocios y obviamente han tenido que lidiar con esto. Toda esta gente lo sabe perfecto y es Trump el que está destruyendo el mercado. Es efectivamente con la guerra de aranceles, no con cualquier otra cosa. Esto, hasta aquí estoy con todos ustedes, ¿no? Todos creemos que estamos ahorita a punto de ver, porque recuerden, la economía no importa, lo que Trump está destruyendo es la bolsa y eso aparentemente le importa a todo el mundo, aunque la mayor cantidad de gente que es dueña de todas las acciones es gente que tiene mucho dinero, pero esto le importa a todo el mundo, más que la economía real, más que esos precios subiendo diario, a esos precios altos por 4 años, eso no le importa a la gente. Ahora que son las tarifas, estos aranceles que van a causar inflación a futuro, hasta preocuparon a la Reserva Federal. O sea, imagínense la preocupación, para que sepan todo esto, es lo que cuenta mainstream, ¿no? Suena, Suena falso, pero es cierto, ¿ok? Eh, recuerden, en el 2020 decidimos imprimir 8 trillones, 7 trillones de dólares, ¿no? Con esto de la pandemia y después Biden continuó expandiendo el gasto como loco a través de guerras. Y esto que causó una inflación gigantesca, la Reserva Federal no la vio venir. No nada más no la vio venir. En el 2021 dijo, güey, no vamos a tener que subir tipos, tranquilos, esto va a ser transitorio. Esto se va a acabar rápido. Chileen, siéntense, tómate una margarita con mezcal alerón, por favor, disfruta, porque no va a pasar nada. Y una vez que la inflación explotó a la alza, fue bueno, vamos a tener que ir en contra de la inflación. Vean lo que tomaron. Ahora la Reserva Federal está todavía mejor que antes y siempre aprenden de sus errores. La Reserva Federal siempre tiene un buen track record de que cada que se equivoca, la decisión después es mejor y mejor y mejor. No todas son errores. No, 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 obviamente no. Entonces, ahorita ya la Reserva Federal, que todo el mundo sabe, aprende de sus errores del pasado, dice, uy, sé que estábamos bajando los tipos con Biden, pero ahora que está Trump aquí, no podemos, porque estamos preocupados por esa inflación que todavía no ha llegado, esa inflación de los aranceles. Yo sé que no nos preocupamos en el 2020, pero ahora ya nos tenemos que preocupar. Entonces, lo que estamos haciendo es diciéndole a todo el mundo que estamos esperando inflación, no vamos a bajar los tipos y todo esto es lo que estamos viendo. Pero recuerda, si hay inflación todavía en el sistema, la bolsa debería continuar subiendo. Los aranceles. Son los aranceles, es culpa todos son los aranceles. Pero bueno, mínimo ya tenemos una Fed proactiva que está preparadísima para esa inflación que todavía no existe y que hemos visto reducirse en los datos de CPI, pero ya están listos. Ellos ya están listos, están preparados para poder detenerla ahora sí con sus manos, como cuando le tiran a Goku una bola de energía, Freezer, y Goku lo detiene. Así está la Reserva Federal preparada para detener esto. Ahora, ya que les conté todo el choro que todo el mundo les cuenta todo el tiempo y todas las estupideces que tenemos que escuchar a diario, les voy a poner un escenario, dos escenarios enfrente. Existe el escenario a futuro donde tienen razón todas estas personas, donde los aranceles van a causar más inflación y esta inflación va a absolutamente beneficiar a todos, porque ¿por qué tendría un efecto negativo la inflación ahora, pero no antes? Yo sé que destruyó a todo el mundo financieramente, pero eso nunca importó. La gente solamente se queja cuando la bolsa baja 20%. Eso es lo que le importa a la gente, todo el mundo lo sabe. No importa cuánto te tengas que gastar, cuánto cuesten las cosas. Eso no te importa, solamente te importa la inflación a futuro que te podría afectar. Entonces, existen dos cosas que podrían pasar para adelante, tres. Una, la primera que te están diciendo todos los medios y los expertos económicos, vamos a entrar en estanflación. ¿Cuántos de ustedes han escuchado esa? Vamos a entrar en estanflación. Uf, qué duro. Un mundo donde hay inflación que no se va y no hay crecimiento. Me pregunto cómo se va a ver eso, porque definitivamente no es lo que ha estado pasando por los últimos 3 años. No, 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 no. Esta nueva estanflación ha de ser algo probablemente alienígena, porque esta estanflación es la que todo el mundo está preocupado por, en todos los medios. La Reserva Federal, todo el mundo muy preocupado por esta estanflación. Ese es un escenario. Segundo escenario, inflación como loca. Este es otro escenario que todos los medios te están dando. Esta inflación que no deja de venir, que no va a parar hasta el fin del mundo y que se va a llevar al dólar entre todas las patas. Esta inflación. ¿Qué pasa si entras en ese mundo de inflación? Oye, pues ya viste la bolsa, viste Bitcoin, lo alto que se fueron, todo va a seguir para arriba. Todo, el precio de las casas, todo seguiría para arriba con esta gran inflación que podría llegar por estos aranceles, efectivamente. Porque la gente tiene muchísimo dinero, recuerden. Y entonces, como la gente tiene muchísimo, no sé a qué punto el sarcasmo ya no es entendible y a qué punto sí es entendible. Así que discúlpenme si no estoy siendo claro, se los prometo, se las voy a simplificar al final. No sé por qué tengo que hablar así. soy un pendejo, no entiendo por qué estoy haciendo esto, pero en fin, voy a continuar. Esto es lo que ven, señores. Hay canales muy serios, muy buenos, donde hablan de estas cosas muy bien y te hablan de la estanflación que viene. Deberían de ver esos, no estas pendejadas. Pero bueno, vamos a continuar. Entonces, tenemos el escenario de estanflación, tenemos el escenario de inflación y tenemos un escenario del que nadie habla, de deflación. Un escenario deflacionario. Desinflacionario al principio, desinflación es cuando la inflación literalmente llega a cero, ¿no? Porque no importa que baje el número de la inflación, eso quiere decir que los costos siguen subiendo, pero cuando la inflación llega a cero, ya los costos dejan de subir. Primero vamos a tener desinflación y después viene deflación. Deflación es cuando los precios bajan. Entonces tienes tres sopas. Quedarte donde estás ahorita con esa estanflación, bueno, entrar todavía en una peor estanflación que te cuentan, porque todavía no hemos entrado en ella, entonces me imagino que va a ser horrenda esa estanflación a la que definitivamente no estamos ya en y hemos estado por 3 años. No, 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 esta nueva estanflación. Tienes esa sopa. ¿Qué pasa si estás en estanflación? Lo mismo que, bueno, no, debería de haber un poco más, me imagino. Ahora, no sé cómo mierdas puede justificar la gente esto en su cabeza o cómo se lo pone todo el mundo a otros, ¿no? Gente de otros países dicen, Estados Unidos está entrando en esta inflación. Gente que no vive aquí. Y les digo, no, güey, ya hemos estado por 3 años estancados, con poco crecimiento y con inflación. Eso es estanflación. No, 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 déjame le pregunto a Grok. Yo solo vivo aquí, consumo aquí y la economía simplemente se trata de las personas gastando su dinero, pero puede que Grok tenga razón o lo que tengas que buscar. Pero esta inflación ya está acá. Vamos a suponer que en las noticias su estanflación es mucho peor que la que ya vivimos, porque todavía no entramos en ella. Una vez más, sarcasmo. Eso quiere decir que los precios de todos seguirían subiendo poco a poco, que tu dinero valdría menos, pero no te importa eso. Bueno, eso ya te importa en el 2025, no te importó nunca antes, pero el 2025 es algo que definitivamente estás pensando en. Es muy raro cómo eso funciona. No cuando todo subió. Ahora que las cosas ya dejaron de subir, es cuando ya no voy a dejar que esta inflación por el hijo de puta de Trump venga. Entendido, más que entendido, mis queridísimos expertos de aranceles. Entonces, tienes el escenario de esta inflación donde todo se queda tal cual. Puedes seguir viviendo la vida loca, no está tan mal porque honestamente no hay inflación, ¿no? Entonces el escenario de esta inflación es bueno. Ahora, vamos al escenario de inflación, donde los expertos de aranceles nos cuentan que los precios van a continuar subiendo por estos aranceles. Porque recuerden, en el 2020, las empresas de todo el mundo, por primera vez en la historia, se pusieron de acuerdo y dijeron, güey, ¿sabes qué deberíamos de hacer? Subir precios para ganar más. Todas estas empresas, porque obviamente mainstream les dijo a todos que es la avaricia de las empresas la que está causando esta inflación. Definitivamente no la impresión de 10 trillones de dólares, no. Es la avaricia de las empresas, que por una vez, solamente piensen, están viviendo historia, señores. Están viviendo historia. Por primera vez en el 2020 las empresas se dieron cuenta que de la nada pueden subir sus precios y todo el mundo va a pagar esos precios excesivos y van a poder hacer más dinero. ¡Qué locura! ¡Qué locura! Y fue lo que pasó, ¿no? Ahora, una vez más, porque recuerden, la economía está fortísima. Todavía no entramos ni en esta inflación. La economía está fuertísima. Como la economía está tan fuerte, los aranceles van a hacer que los precios de las cosas suban y como siempre, va a haber dinero para pagar esas subidas de precio. Yo sé que muchos van a decir, güey, pero si las casas no se están vendiendo y están a peor nivel que en 1990, los coches están literalmente en el peor momento de toda la historia desde que empezamos a medir el mercado de los coches, de que no están subiendo de precio, están bajando y aún así nadie los compra. Lo mismo con las casas se están manteniendo, pero nadie las compra, no hay movimiento. Son los peores mercados desde 1990. Pero sí, los precios van a seguir subiendo por los aranceles, efectivamente, como te dice Trump. Entonces, ¿qué puedes hacer? Lo que puedes hacer en este momento hacer, si eres arancelario, no, porque es obviamente lo que está pasando en realidad. Si eres arancelario, compra la bolsa en este momento, porque va a haber inflación. Y yo sé que la inflación que ocurrió en el pasado, que no fue maligna, fue una inflación benigna, porque el hombre naranja no estaba a cargo, hizo que todas las bolsas subieran un chingo. ¿Por qué sería diferente ahora? O es que los aranceles, Alejandro, yo sé que van a subir los precios, que quiere decir que deberían de vender más y por ende todo debería de valer más. Espectacular lo que la gente cree. Es una mamada. Es de verdad, es una mamada. O, o estamos entrando al final de un ciclo económico, donde en verdad vamos a ver desinflación y después deflación. La desinflación ya la estamos viendo en este momento. Y la gente no lo puede explicar. Nadie, 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 nadie. Lo único que están diciendo es la inflación está bajando, pero como que ya lo tiraron de lado, porque no están viendo los números, no están viendo, ni siquiera olvídate de los números reales de inflación. Los mismos números que ellos mismos nos dan están bajando, pero no le puedes creer al hombre naranja. Lo que está pasando es que va a haber más inflación por estos aranceles, definitivamente. Pero si vives en el mundo real conmigo, estás viendo que está habiendo desinflación. ¿Qué es lo que le sigue a la desinflación? Deflación. Y la única manera de deshacerte de la inflación y tal vez reducir precios se llama una recesión. Es lo que es. ¿Por qué hay una recesión en camino? Por los aranceles y la estanflación que viene. No, 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 no. Tranquilo, mi queridísimo amante de CNN. Tranquilo, mi queridísimo amante de Fox. Tranquilo, mi amante de CNBC. Tranquilos. Déjenme les explico. No son los aranceles causando una recesión, porque en teoría deberían de causar inflación. ¿Y qué causó la inflación? Que los precios de todo subiera, incluyendo las acciones, incluyendo el oro, por lo que deberíamos de tener lo mismo, ¿no? Yo sé que ahorita el mercado tal vez no esté de su lado y enseñando eso, pero yo sé que van a estar en lo correcto. O podríamos ver esto como lo que es. Reducción de gasto inmediato es lo que está pasando. Esa reducción de gasto inmediato es lo único que puede matar la inflación porque estás quitando dinero del sistema que está llegando inmediatamente al sistema. Esta inflación empieza a bajar, que es lo que estamos viendo, desinflación, y después caemos en una deflación, ¿ok? Es lo que normalmente pasa cuando cortas gasto de gobierno. Y también estamos ante un nuevo paradigma comercial. Yo sé que todo el mundo cree que lo de los aranceles y el problema con China empezó hoy porque CNBC les dijo, Fox, CNN, todos ellos siempre a la vanguardia de la información. Y no en el 2016 o antes, cuando en verdad China empezó a comprar esas reservas de oro en el 2012, Estados Unidos en el 2016 empezó más fuerte a empujar por esas aranceles en contra de China, esos cambios de negocios, etcétera. Algo que empezó literalmente hace más de una década es hoy el problema más grande del mercado. No, estamos simplemente viendo el siguiente paso de este paradigma comercial alrededor del mundo. China se encarga de todos sus negocios de ese lado. China por mucho tiempo se involucró y se convirtió en el país productor más potente del mundo, definitivamente. Y China después lo que hizo una vez que llegó al pico de eso fue voy a invertir cabrón en tecnología porque es lo que Estados Unidos lo está haciendo rico. Estados Unidos tiene toda la tecnología y todo eso. Ahora Estados Unidos tiene que hacerlo de China para poder traer producción a Estados Unidos y mucha gente va a decir eso no se puede. Yo sé, si NBC les dice eso, los memes de Fox, de CNN te dicen que es imposible, que ningún americano va a trabajar en las fábricas. Pero lo que no entienden es que lo único que se trata de esto son trabajos de construcción, trabajos para crear infraestructura en todos lados. Todas estas cosas que crean toda esta infraestructura, que creas todas estas fábricas, va a tomar 2, 3, 4, 5 años tal vez. Y una vez que estén acabadas las fábricas, no va a entrar tu tío John el gordo, que tiene diabetes, a trabajar en la fábrica. Va a ser un puto robot con energía baratísima. Y eso va a causar la deflación de toda la historia y la abundancia. Pero eso también va a poner a Estados Unidos en una posición similar a la de China en nuestro sector, a menos de que Estados Unidos haga un acuerdo con algún otro país que quiera tomar esto, pero estamos trayendo todos los negocios a Estados Unidos y estamos viendo la inversión entrando a Estados Unidos. Entonces, puedes tomar tres caminos. Estanflación. Simplemente, si te dicen que vamos a traer estanflación, simplemente continúa haciendo lo que estamos haciendo ahorita. Porque aunque no lo creas, la inflación sin crecimiento que hemos tenido, eso es estanflación. Entonces, si crees que vas a entrar en más estanflación, deberías de simplemente hacer lo que has vivido en los últimos 4 años, continúa en la bolsa. Inflación. Inflación no causa recesión. Inflación, en realidad sí, causa una recesión económica, pero en los números es muy fácil esconderla porque todo se ve mejor, ¿no? Y esa inflación que hemos tenido últimamente hizo que las bolsas subieran. Entonces, si Donald Trump, el hombre cheto naranja, está yéndose en contra de todos los países y los aranceles, etcétera, y toda esta guerra política que te cuentan, que por supuesto eres experto en, pues entiendes que el mercado debería continuar subiendo. Debería de, ¿no? Porque es lo que pasó con la inflación pasada. O esta inflación es diferente, es lo que yo creo, ¿no? ¿Es lo que ustedes creen? No. O tienes lo que está pasando. Nos dijeron, vamos a cortar gasto inmediato. Tío Salo dijo, me salgo del mercado, va a bajar. Porque cuando cortas gasto, lo que pasó en Argentina, les traje aquí a Bruno. Bruno, un saludo, perro. Les traje a Bruno para que platicáramos qué es lo que pasó en Argentina cuando entró Milei. Nadie lo creyó. Hasta la fecha, lo estamos viendo paso a paso. Le dije, amigos, me dicen, no va a cortar Trump gastos. No sé qué. Le digo, lo único que tienes que ver, porque si está, y ustedes creen que le estoy mamando el chile a Trump muchas veces, pero no. Simplemente me da mucha risa la polarización que tiene todo el mundo en contra de este hombre. Es una estupidez gigantesca, en contra de todo, pero sobre todo en contra de él. Es muy divertida porque la usan muy bien en contra tuya, si es que eres de aquellos en contra del hombre naranja. Y el hombre naranja nos dijo, voy a poner aranceles, voy a cobrar impuestos a todo el mundo, Estados Unidos va a traer negocios de otros lados y vamos a dejar de gastar en estupideces. Bien, empieza a mamarle el chile a Milei, empieza a mamarle el chile a Bukele, empiezas a ver la fotografía, Elon Musk hace lo mismo y eso pasa. Le dije a mis amigos, si Trump, hombre naranja malvado, hace lo que dice, la bolsa tendría que caer y nosotros entrar ya en una recesión que es imposible de esconder. Ahí vamos. Pero todo el mundo les explicará que los aranceles y la inflación es lo que viene. Así que pueden continuar con eso, seguirlo. O podrían seguir a Warren Buffett, que tiene la mayor cantidad de cash en toda la historia en su portafolio. ¿Y creen que Warren Buffett tiene la mayor cantidad de cash en su portafolio porque va a haber esta inflación? ¿Creen que Warren Buffett tiene la mayor cantidad de cash en su portafolio porque va a haber, va todo a subir una vez más, rapidísimo, todas las acciones por la inflación, por supuesto, aunque esta inflación es diferente, lo sabemos, porque nos lo dijeron en la tele? O Warren Buffett está en cash porque sabe que el cash es lo que va a valer más y va a poder comprar absolutamente todas las oportunidades del planeta. Ahora, yo sé, Warren Buffett es un pendejo, no le gusta Bitcoin, es un viejito, no sabe lo que está haciendo. Y Ray Dalio vino a darnos una, una advertencia. Yo estoy del lado de Warren Buffett. Ustedes decían cuál es su lado y con eso los voy a dejar. Esto fue absolutamente lo que nadie me preguntó el día de hoy, en esta mañana, pero después ya voy a regresar a hacer nadie me preguntó, nadie me preguntó, ¿ok? Porque me han estado preguntando bastante que si voy a regresar a ello. Sí, vamos a regresar a ello. Pero por ahora, damas y caballeros, les traigo el casino El Tío Salo para que empecemos y ganemos y disfrutemos. Tengo que checar mis precios ahorita, que ando en un trade ahorita. Ando en corto en Solana, que lo empecé en la mañana. Ahorita sé que Alex mandó todavía más señales, pero ahorita los vamos a disecar todos enfrente de ustedes para poder continuar exprimiéndole todo el jugo a este mercado. Vénganse a nuestro Discord, por cierto, si quieren a tradear con nosotros, quieren aprender lo que hemos estado aprendiendo y quieren apoyarse también en una buena comunidad, es absolutamente gratuita. Por favor, recuerden, no les vamos a pedir cartera de cripto, no les vamos a pedir que nos manden dinero, no les vamos a pedir manejar su dinero, no les vamos a escribir jamás. Aquí simplemente vienes a leer los análisis de Alex, que están por acá completamente, y ver sus caballos. Acá los análisis de Farhan. Acá se pueden meter al chat general a platicar con toda la comunidad y rebotar ideas con todos. Muy interesante. Vénganse a ver Criptolingo por si hay algo que no entiendan en estos videos, por supuesto. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias, sus pérdidas, por ejemplo. Liquidado, mi estimado Brian. Tomatito, 2.80, nada mal. Tomatito, y después perdiste eso, carnal. XRP, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Qué está pasando? Aquí estamos de vuelta, ya. Ahí está, ok. Lo que estaban preocupando, carnales. El mercado ha estado relativamente fácil de leer. Bien. Uy, 180%. Necesito uno de esos trades. Ahorita, bueno, después les cuento. Vengan a platicar con nosotros, vengan a checar todo esto y también tenemos todos nuestros enlaces por acá oficiales por si necesitan lo que sea. Aquí está todo. Y si quieren aprender cómo tradear futuros con nosotros, vengan a nuestro sitio, también es gratis. Se meten en Tutos, mis estimados. En Tutos, que son tutoriales, te metes a cómo tradear en Bluffing y te va a enseñar cómo tradear futuros, carnal. En 5 minutos vas a hacer una riata. No va a ser una riata, no es cierto, pero vas a saber cómo usar el exchange, cómo depositar dinero, cómo sacarlo, cómo mandarlo a tu cuenta, etcétera, y cómo usar el exchange súper fácil. Y aquí tienes el enlace oficial para que no te pierdas y no te vean la cara de pendejo. También tenemos BTCC aquí abajo. BTCC es como bluffing, pero puedes también tradear acciones con USDT. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a empezar esto. Tenemos, por supuesto, la primera petición. Brian, mi queridísimo Brian Martínez, pidiéndonos el Bitcoin. Aquí les tengo a Farhan, aquí les tengo a Alex. Vámonos con absolutamente Toño de Valdés. Buenos días, muchachos.
Buenos días, muchachos.
What up, boys?
How are we feeling?
You know, just bloated, but good. How are you feeling?
Doing
Same.
very well. Let's all give a
Bloated, but good.
nice buenos dias and hola to this beautiful princess right here.
Hi, Luna.
She's your favorite because she's not chewing on you, huh?
Yup, doesn't bite me at all.
Did you get a haircut, Farhan?
What a crazy
No, not
concept.
yet. I'm gonna do it later today.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
it's
your hair
still
looks good.
looks pretty decent. Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks good.
Thank you.
Looks
Thank
good.
you, señores.
Boys,
Muchas gracias.
let's look at this bit. Let's look at the Bitcoin. Quite the financial asset, if you ask me. But yeah,
It's one of the best. It's one of the best.
let's look at the coin. Here
Oh,
we
there's an
go.
Easter sale. Fellas,
There's an
80%
Easter?
off currently on TradingView.
What'd you just say?
Really? Oh, I got the cheapest package, the one time a year thing. I really did that.
Wait,
Me
what
too.
is
Black
it?
I get that
Friday.
every year on Black Friday. I get it.
Yeah.
You get
same.
80% off.
Once you
yeah.
told me that, I was like, I'm just gonna wait till Black Friday. I don't care, and I did. And you know,
Yes.
my Jewish side, my Jewish blood is thanking you.
It's kind of
Yes.
retarded to not get it whenever they have these sales because you end up paying so much more.
I know, like literally 80% more. So I'm sorry, Alex. We're ready whenever you are, sir.
It's actually
Sweet.
more because the yearly plan is already cheaper than the monthly plan, and then you get 80% on top of that.
Oof, delicious.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Farhan, if he can save any amount, he'll know about it, and that's the nice part about Farhan.
Oh yeah,
It's
Far-
I like
Farhaninsky.
to
Far-
Not a
I
lot
like
of
to save
people.
5
Yeah, not a
Yeah.
lot of people knew about your Jewish heritage.
Yeah. So
Hey
you
guys,
know,
come on.
market
That's
rate.
not cool. That's not cool. Okay. Lots
Sorry,
of tailwinds,
Scott.
anyways. Bye. That's not cool, guys.
Sorry, Scott. Jesus, that really
Yeah.
got him, huh?
It's a little triggered today, and I think it's because of where markets are today, in my opinion.
Let's see. Let's see.
You know, overall, we're at actually quite an interesting point. And I will explain exactly why. And I posted a lot of shorts today. So ideally, you know, if I'm wrong, it's just the market's wrong, boys, not me. No, I'm just kidding. But it makes absolute sense why we would honestly start gauging shorts now. You know, a week ago, I was explaining that, you know, we have a simple downtrend on Bitcoin. And on that rejection of the weekly 9, this was very telling to me because you had the 9 and the 21. This led to a very dramatic dump. And you can even see again when we tested the zone, led to another dramatic dump. What you'll notice on these dumps, though, is they're keeping or they're adhering to the bearish structure, right? So, like, here was a major lower high. This was the liquidity grab, never took out that last lower high, leading to the lower low. And then we understood that, you know, we're eventually going to get some lower high if the weekly downtrend keeps staying down, right? And so yesterday we actually had almost like I'm going to say it like a lower time frame liquidity grab where we spiked up, took out all the stops of last week. We essentially moved up, and what you're going to note here is the rally actually stopped at the 21 to the T. I have to look at this and really, you know, ask myself, Are we going to get higher? We could potentially, but then you have to really ask the question, right? If we start going higher and breaking this wick, it's really then going to start looking like, well, first, the EMA 21 on the weekly is not going to hold us down. We already have a reclaim of the EMA 34. We were talking about how bulls were going to be looking at a back test and using this as a spring to push up. Next logical target was the 21. If we actually start taking out, this wick high again, in my opinion, you're really not going to have you're really going to be at risk of us breaking the whole weekly downtrend, the weekly EMA 9 getting reclaimed. And then at that point, you have to really wonder if, we're not going to stop at 88s, but rather 91,500. And that's why, to me now, I've been sitting on my hands since last week. I think Thursday, Friday, got stopped out. Markets went up. No big deal. Been sitting on my hands waiting for at least an easy, obvious bear trigger. And I think yesterday we got that. I think now a lot of people don't want to short because of just how the markets reacted last week. And I think, honestly, we're going to get some pretty easy setups if, let's say I'm not wrong, on today. Now, in my opinion, we still have a weekly downtrend. We have consistent lower highs. I have to be now gauging this as the next lower high. The lower highs often have been created by that, 9 and 21. But I mean, it just makes sense. This needs to be the next lower high. This is where the 21 is. And on top of it, we were gauging this 21 to get tapped. This is also what was giving me confluence of 88,000. You'll notice in the end of last week, this was closer to 87,000, right? 86,800. It's moved down all the way to like 86.4. And so that's why now I'm like, I don't know if we're actually going to see 88,000 anymore. What you'll notice too on the daily, which is giving me confluence as well to this idea, is I've been pretty vocal about the EMA 200 on Bitcoin. This is still kind of stopping us. After this SFP, we went up, rejected, went up, majorly rejected. Now you can wick above it. That's perfectly fine. But closures above this zone, which is that EMA 200, as long as you're under this, you're not going to get that move to the EMA 100. It's just not going to happen. Now, we obviously could massively green dildo up and hit it. But as it stands, I'm not really seeing that. What we have is a major daily shooting star here. Often these daily shooting stars have been pretty strong on Bitcoin. Here's the last one. Yes, we went up a little. Did we ever invalidate it? No. And did we get follow through? Yes. Now, this one is a little more harder to gauge because generally with shooting stars, you need to see the next following candle red. But, right, if you want to be aggressive, which is just crypto, it's extremely volatile. You should play them as, well, now you have an easy stop loss, if anything. Right. So this one honestly did play out okay. And it honestly gave you an easy short, like very obvious short. You're running with the same idea. You would have been able to print a 12% move down. But let's keep going. Right. Let's see if we have any more daily shooting stars. Because, it's not really common you get these on the daily. Now, we've talked about it on the 4-hour, the 12-hour, but the daily is a little more different, in my opinion. And what I've said in this bear market in the beginning of it is we have to actually start taking these into more account, just simply based on the fact that we are in a bear market. And in 2022, these played out massively well. Made me a lot of money because it was just easy. Especially when you're getting like, right, a weekly 21 tap. Okay, and we're already on the camp that the weekly isn't a downtrend. So it's literally at this point needs to reject here, or we're probably going to shift the weekly downtrend. And then that hash ribbon signal is most likely going to play out, and this is just going to be some major bottom. But then on top of it as well, we start reclaiming that EMA 200. It's either we are going to have a chop scenario, or we're just going to keep reclaiming it and losing it, or it's just going to play into, this is just more of like grinding out a major bottom. Because what we've seen in the past, at least, is we can chop around that EMA 200. We also can dump from it, though, can we not? Like, this was a pretty harsh rejection down, just simply playing that EMA 200, giving you, 11% move down. But what you'll notice is, like, you reclaimed it here, rejected, held it, marked out a major bottom, and then we moved up. So you really should be, as a bear, looking, in my opinion, as like, and this is why I've been saying, well, we got to watch the daily close, because like if the daily yesterday reclaimed that EMA 200, but still closed like a red candle, but still held the EMA 200, I would be looking at that as a bear trap, probably going to go up to 88s, 87.5. But we didn't get that, and even lost to 34 into yesterday's close, losing even support here. Today, I have to look at this as a rally back up into now resistance, and this should reject us. If you look at the lower time frames, you're also getting confluence with that idea, just simply based on the 6 hour, right? You can see here that the 6 hour basically has been steadily under that EMA 9, which has been holding us since essentially 80,000. Yes, we've lost it here, reclaimed, held it as support, lost it, rejected, rallied up. This needs to reject, in my opinion. This will be the bearish structure that we're going to be forming early into this week before we're inevitably going to go down. That just makes sense to me. We also see this 6 hour is, we have the 9, the meme line, and also the SMA 200. Questionable to use it on a 6 hour, but like I said in the past or last stream, it's just generally been working on the lower time frame, so no need to overcomplicate things. You also notice here that the BBWP on the 6 hour is very close to doing some busting action into the next 6 hour. This actually could start confirming a setup, and I like this setup because it's on the backs of zero volatility, so it's very strong. We already are putting bearish structure. Yes, we've rallied up, but like, you should have been gauging some kind of move up if the EMA 34 is going to hold. See how nicely these moving averages have been holding. But I need to start seeing the zone reject. Now, I'm going to say the second scenario where Bitcoin could start going up. It could start filling out some of this inefficiency and then moving up here and then rejecting. Perfectly okay with me. That's why I have 2 shorts running on the Academy. Because I could be wrong on this entry here. But the nice part about this is the stop loss isn't going to be wrong. As long as you're going in today as on the camp that yesterday was a major high, the weekly lower highs in, anything into here is just an opportunity. If we do end up going up higher around 85.5 to 86 even, you're just going to get a disgustingly stupid risk to reward trade. But, I still have to really question everything as it stands. You even see here on the 8 hour. Was it this 8 hour? Maybe it's a 6 hour. No, it was the 8 hour. Yeah, you'll even see on the 8 hour. I mean, you are at resistance now. You did lose this EMA 100. So like you have resistance. You have a legitimate reason to look at a short opportunity right around this zone, in my opinion. That's why it's like not based on nothing. It definitely is an interesting zone, I will say. But, I'm not going to say we can't go up a little bit more. Even when you're looking at the 12 hour, you see here that this was a nice hammerhead on the 12 hour reclaim of the 9. Didn't reclaim support. You'll notice here just to move back up to 85.5 would just simply be a bearish retest of this 12 hour EMA 100 ever so slightly. You'll see here we did reclaim it. We lost it. To the book would mean that, yeah, you'll move up, but you should reject the zone. And again, just forms your bearish structure, because what you had yesterday was a an uptrend break. No, a downtrend break. Yeah, that's the right term. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher high, boom. This broke the uptrend, in my opinion. So you should be gauging your bearish structure anyways, be forming. It's either going to form here at 84.2s or it's going to go up, maybe a little higher, 85.5s, and do what Bitcoin likes to do, which is get right up to almost invalidating it and then nuking. Overall, though, it's in summary, you're basically on the camp, though, that yesterday was a major high. The top, essentially, locally at that. And that's just simply playing weekly trend and overall where the weekly is postured and where we rejected yesterday. It's very significant where we rejected. Could argue, yeah, we could go up to the 85 vibes, but again, just would reject the weekly 9. And that's been pretty important, the weekly 9. So to me, it makes a lot of sense. We have an area where we know we're wrong. So this can help me now scale in shorts across the board, because I know exactly where I'm wrong now. I do. And we have a 6 hour volatility setup. We're getting bearish, vibes now into the market on Bitcoin. The hopium is the 12 hour is, technically as a hammerhead, technically is giving you a long signal on the reclaim of the 9. But I'm just going to be looking at this as more possibly putting in a bull trap. And today's going to be important. And I'll simply say this. The day's going to be important because what you'll notice is, it can go one or two ways if you view the HBDR, right? You could be looking at this almost as like a back test of the median if it wants to load anytime. Right here, you can just look at this as like a back test of the median, back test of the 9. This will be a spring. You will go up to 87s. You will go up to 87.5s. and this will catch people who are shorting off sides again. But or you're going to start losing that daily 9, daily median, and then it's going to confirm what I see, which is a breakdown brewing, and then 80,700 is going to be in play. So really, today's going to be pretty important. I mean, luckily we do have some areas of where we can at least know we're wrong before we do run the stop, and that simply can just be based on the 6 and 8 hour. Right, if the 8 hour starts reclaiming that EMA 100, start getting back above there, reclaiming 84 threes, volatility starts firing off. Okay, maybe we're wrong then. Yeah, maybe this was, maybe we're wrong. And this is just going to play into an SFP long trigger up to like 86.5, 87s. Till then, though, what you'll notice is even as 8 hours shifted pretty dramatically up, this is still to the buck where bearish retest possibly right here in this region. We are just retesting pretty important moving averages. 6 hour 2 makes a lot of sense to me. If it wants to load, start getting back above the 6 hour 9. Okay, good reason to say maybe we're wrong on this idea. Or it just gives you confluence. Yeah, we're probably then going to get that nice RR short, and I'll simply add because my dice is rolled today. I'm gauging this high as the major high. My stops are set. Could that act as a short squeeze? Sure, but as it stands, you still can't argue that there are still definitely bearish vibes in the market. 100%. This weekly doesn't look good. There's 4 days still left into this weekly, and to me it's just looking like we just have finally have retested that 21, which is something we wanted to see retested. We talked about this as well. We said the weekly was getting pretty rejected on the 9. Would make sense to me to go up to the 21 now. When I saw that this has already occurred, it's really hard for me now to say we need higher. Because if we start really breaking this wick high, it's really, really, really going to start looking like you're just going to moonshot to 91,000. And then at that point, with what we know about the weekly trend, the weekly EMA 9, how important was that weekly EMA 9? This whole bull market, extremely important. So I have to gauge this as resistance. On top of it, though, if we end up going to 91s, what that'll also mean is that you're reclaiming the EMA 100. You're getting back above the SMA 200. And again, at that point, I don't like to short Bitcoin when we do reclaim the EMA 100. It just doesn't work generally. You can backtest it yourself, but generally it does not work. So it makes a lot of sense here to see weakness. And let's see if we actually get that. We look at Tether dominance now. It's very significant where we actually kind of got this bounce. What you'll notice on Tether dominance is the EMA 34 has been solidly holding us. This actually reminds me of this zone here in March, late March, where we had an aggressive drop down. I remember people were talking about us going back down to 4.69%. We just can't disregard that EMA 34 on the daily. See here that it did solidly hold. Dogs are going crazy. 1 second.
No, bad Peter lies. No.
Okay.
Gotta handle those sparrows.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, literally. Anyways, what you'll notice is you're getting the same exact vibe, kind of same sentiment, same everything that we had here. This is right before, Tether dominance, it put in a major green dildo. Now, from this point, we did bounce. We rejected here, slightly rejected the median, rejected the 9. Okay, cool. But I want you to just gauge here that the bullish structure was important. And this is what was guiding me, at least. And I said this was, we were just slightly putting in bullish structure. This is nothing more than a representation of that. But what you'll notice is you're just not taking out the previous lows. To me, this is just important. I like seeing this, especially when we're always unsure what the next move is. You'll often then just start seeing little itches of that. So right now what you're seeing is, in my opinion, the same exact thing. You're not from this point, you're not taking out the previous lows. We're rallying up. Now, again, yes, you could reject the 9, the median, but ideally, as long as we just don't come back down to this zone, we're going to be looking at it kind of like here where we went up. Yes, you can reject the meme line, the 9, but we just don't want it to come back to these wick lows. I think that's very obvious to me. And actually, even from this point, we're actually more strong because what you'll notice is Here we rejected the 21, rejected. Okay, the 34 held us. Okay, green dildoed up, but then here what you're noticing is, yeah, no, we reclaimed the 21. This is looking just nothing more than a backtest of it. The only thing now is just kind of how the daily is looking, right? We have the median, the 9, and a major meme line here. So it's going to be hard to get up, but if, Tether dominance can take a Viagra and get it up, this will definitely bode well for our Bitcoin shorts into today. And that's why today it's, again, just logical to start looking for shorts. You know exactly where you're wrong. If we actually start taking out this low on Tether dominance, you can't argue that it's really probably going to bounce from that point. Pretty so far from the 34, you've already hit this a bunch. You're already breaking the bullish structure we're trying to form. Next move will be 5.23%, but how we already gauge the moving averages, now it's probably going to mean we're going to go all the way back down to 5.03%, maybe even all the way to 4.69%, a level that we were talking about a lot here. So, if Tether dominance ends up doing that, right, going all the way back down to here, that's a big dump. I don't want to be shorting into this at all on Bitcoin, like at all. This is probably meaning that the hash ribbons is playing out. Bitcoin's probably going to reclaim 91.5, and we're probably going to break out to 110,000. So what's really nice about today on crypto is, the patience has played well. I've sat on my hands. And now I know exactly where I'm wrong into today. I can keep adding and scaling in, and I know exactly where I'm wrong. And if we start, let's say, going up, great. I then have an area of interest, in my opinion, where if Bitcoin, let's say, maybe it does start squeezing up and going to 85,000s, awesome. I'm just going to be looking at that as another short opportunity. Because if we're going to play that this is the lower high, and we're getting confirmation because this is a top candle within a, lower time frame uptrend, this is a top candle. This is exactly where you'd want to start paying attention to a shooting star. On top of that, where the weekly is, where the 8 hour is, where the 6 hour is, where we are on the daily, this candle is guiding me today. So we'll see if this plays out. How I'm going to play this is, I just don't want this to take out the high. If it takes the high out, we're probably not going to stop here. We're actually probably going to make our way up to the 91s. And at that point, I'm not going to be fueling this up, trying to short here and then here. No, I'm just going to take the L. If we start reclaiming the EMA 100, I'll be back to longing. But until then, I have to really understand where we're at in the chart. We are still under the EMA 200 even. And as long as we're not reclaiming that, to me, I really can't be calling for a tap of the EMA 100 as long as we're under the 200. It's just that simple. If you start reclaiming it, great. We can cut shorts. Never mind. I'm wrong. Probably do this. And then at that point, we're probably just in an uptrend. So yeah, it's kind of nice. Bitcoin's going to be fun today. I'm sure. I'm actually very positioned already. I entered my stocks. I entered my shit coins, my Bitcoin. We're dabbling in Apple even. So that's nice. So we'll see. I'm either massively wrong and we enter clown world, or we're going to join cold world today. It's going to be fun, and Bear Jesus will rise again. Let's look at Bitcoin dominance because, jeez. It looks kind of bullish to me. I don't know, though. It seems like everyone is getting bullish on altcoins again. I don't know. What you'll have is people saying, well, ETH can't go to $500.
It's bullish if you invert the chart.
Yeah, it depends who you're asking for.
Well, no, it's actually the tailwinds on the altcoins is what everyone is looking for. Because right now you can feel the tailwinds. Like you can really actually feel them on your tail, the tailwinds. And normally they go out, they're going in right now, along with other stuff.
Are they really going in, Scott? They're going in.
Well, when you're holding the alts, they're going in with other stuff. Definitely up there. Yeah.
Is it thrusting in there?
That's what we have here. Cock and ball setup, boys.
Nice.
This is bullish. This is This is one of the bullish formations we could ever have. Actually, I mean, that looks like obvious to me. Yeah. Anyways, this is bullish, and why I'm being funny here is because we've said this. It's just obvious. There's no reason to fight trend. This is in an obvious uptrend. If we go to the weekly, it was even more obvious. Like we expanded from the weekly 9, formed another higher low from the weekly 9. The daily here held the daily 9. Why do you always talk about the EMA 9? Well, because it just works. Why make your life hard? Now what we're having is a breakout. What we were talking about was the hopium here was that this was going to be some price divergence. We're going to come down. Nice, you did, but this was just a bear trap. Daily 9 held us another higher low. We're getting a higher high break. Nothing is telling me now we're not going to take this wick high, which actually tells me that alts are absolutely cooked now, which probably explains why I'm seeing such low numbers on, well, let's say ETH, right? It wouldn't be my Bitcoin analysis if Ethereum didn't catch a stray. ETH looks like it's on the verge of a breakdown. So just so everyone knows, and that's probably because Bitcoin dominance is looking so good right now. What do we have on Bitcoin dominance that we've never had before? And why would I be paying attention to alts, specifically alt shorts? Well, we have a monthly EMA 100 reclaim, and we've already gone up 2.79% on that reclaim. I talked about this as soon as it happened. This is a major shift in structure here on Bitcoin dominance that we've actually never had ever. So, we have to then be either looking at this as, okay, well, the EMA 100 is just not that important. You don't have that much price data. And we can't really be talking about the reaction because we just don't know. And that's true. It's all valid. But with how I know how the weekly EMA 100 is, specifically on the monthly, and when I'm gauging the HBDR, it's to me looking like Bitcoin dominance is ready to bust up, which probably means to me, you're probably then going to get a major leg down on Bitcoin soon. People then are going to capitulate on alts, and Bitcoin dominance is going to do what it does almost every time in a bear market, which is goes parabolic. Did it not here? Let's check 2018. Did it not start going parabolic in this bear market? Why? Because people just start, going into alts, balls deep into alts. They start buying ETH at $2,000-$3,000. And then your favorite CT influencer starts talking about $50 SOL and $500 ETH. And then you're sitting there, thought everyone was holding still. And then you got to get out. Bitcoin dominance to me is very bullish. Next target is going to be right around 67.9%, 69.5%. Could interpret this like maybe Bitcoin's going to break out. Maybe something's going to happen with Bitcoin. This is going to be a Bitcoin thing soon. But with how the trend is, bearish divergence, how everything's looking, I should just be looking at this as just probably the decimation of alts and probably going to create more Bitcoin maxi soon. Because Bitcoin dominance is actually the most bullish it's ever been in the history of the chart. Just simply put, it is the most bullish we've ever seen it, which is interesting to see because, why would that be true? It's odd, unless really Ethereum is actually cooked, in my opinion. You can even see on just per the meme lines, next we get a weekly close above 60, we'll call it 64%. For the culture, next target will be 69.53%. It's a pretty dramatic move up. It's probably when you get your $500 ETH, in my opinion. So, yeah, not looking good. But it's looking good if you understand how Bitcoin dominance works and you're not balls deep in alt. Even on the 2-month here, you're breaking out. 14 days until this closes. Imagine this does close a 2-month above 64%, would be absolutely insane. Last time we had that was here, and then next 2 months we went up 11%, all the way up to 72.28%. So yeah, it's interesting. See Bitcoin's moving up right now. Let's see what's good on it. Yeah, so maybe we are gonna just maybe the 12-hour will test 100. Maybe it won't. I'm really focused on this zone here. Overall, though, if you can gather one thing, it's that just manage your risk because it's super managed for you. So if you're going into short today, which I am, I'm very short. I'm going into today I'm ready to add around 85s, 86. I'm ready to do that. And I'm ready not to change my stop because if we do break this high, we're probably going to squeeze up massively. Anything else, though, any move up to me is just going to be chop and trying to get me out of my shorts. So as long as we don't take this stop out, I'm short on everything across the board. I know Sol and ETH, all these will eventually fill. So we will see. But that's kind of where I'm going into today. And specifically too, if we go to ES1s, where ES1 is kind of makes sense as well. You're either here going to massively move up. This will reclaim back above this high and will probably break out. Or, you know, this is on just like the verge of breaking down again. Let's look at the daily too on ES1 because I think that's important, right? You're already at the extremes on the daily. That's not bullish. So your best bet is consolidation, or you're actually going to break down from here. I mean, even just going to the 38.2% is all the way at like 5,170. Probably goes to the median though, right around 5,100. But still, I'm looking at this as like kind of obvious, right? I mean, we're at the 97.5%. You have a deviation, looks like a lower high, losing the daily 9. Bitcoin also has a major shooting star on the daily, rejected the weekly 21. Just like, I don't know, seems kind of obvious. Only thing where I'm like, we could maybe start going up is just oil. Oil, I've noticed when oil starts moving, I'm seeing risk on start moving. You know, and I'm still in the camp that oil will make its way up to 67. So don't know what that could mean for Bitcoin. I will just say that. But yeah, that's kind of all I have really. I think it's pretty clear though where I stand. I think we have an understanding of why we used yesterday's high as the stop loss, why any move up to me is going to be looking like an opportunity. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm going to be watching mainly alts because I think Bitcoin's easier and more managed, right? But I'm going to be looking at alts now because I think alts in confluence to Bitcoin dominance will be quite important. So, you know, we'll see here. Even here, I mean, you could test the median. It's fine. Perfectly okay with me. It's perfectly fine. Like if we move up, I don't want the Discord to start roasting me because I'm fully aware we could move up to 85.5. It's perfectly fine with that. I'm just going to add. And I even talked about this yesterday, something like this. And then you get just a very easy stop loss trade. So I'm scaling in. I have 2 shorts on the Academy. I posted a bunch of shorts for alts. You know, I don't think they've triggered yet on our alts, which is good because I was expecting a bullish move up into New York Open. But overall, this probably will bode well for us filling, specifically on Sol here too. Sol looks like probably an easy one. So that's all I have. I'm actually
the easiest one.
Well, yeah, I think Sol, because if what I'm saying is right, you will end up nuking on Sol. This high should hold. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. And even the 12 hour is about to test the 9 now. So I understand we're going up, but I just don't know how much we're going to go up today. But I have my level set in my ad zone. So, you know, ES1, though, is not looking very hot to me. And I said this last week, I'm kind of gauging my shorts for ES1 as well. I even gave an ES1 short. I don't know where our entry was. I forgot, but I think it's in here. So this isn't looking good. Is ES1 looking good to you guys? Like it's at the 95%. It's here. It's losing the 9. No, it's not. So I have to really look at this as just a brewing a breakdown and a quotation marks breakdown, because even if we like tested here at the top of the 38.2%, still a tradable move, and that probably does mean Bitcoin goes down, or it will mean it goes down, and that's still like a 3.3% move down on ES1, which is not bad. So, you know, it's like the same criteria is there. What I said last week is 5,330. I'm already going to be short on ES1. You can easily short it like this, take the trigger on there, have your stop like that. You have options today. You have options on Bitcoin. You have options on alts. Overall, though, I'm not bullish on Apple either. I think if it's true with their new iPhone, I think this is just going to be bad for the stock price. And again, even Apple's looking kind of questionable. It's up there. And
the jewel on that looks pretty amazing on ES on the daily.
On the daily,
Like, what do you mean by amazing?
Like amazing
You got
for
the
bulls?
pink crossing over the yellow, light blue over everything else. Very, very low, and they're very closely bunched up.
So a buy signal?
That's
Yeah,
what I
very
interpret.
powerful, very powerful one.
On
It
the
would
daily.
make sense. Oh no, but you're at 95% on top.
Yeah, so then it's either this then. So then this. But again, it plays into, well, I need to see trendier take place. So I just know where I'm wrong. So yeah, if this holds and we start breaking like this high here, getting back above the 21, which has been rejecting us this whole way down, probably wrong, right? And then this is the easy long up. And it probably bodes like this on Bitcoin then. Right, we get up to here, reclaim the daily EMA 100, and then I long. That's probably what that means. So, it's tricky, and that's why I'm saying, like, the daily on Bitcoin's looking good. The 12 hours is technically giving you a long trigger. Technically speaking, we could go up a little bit more, but we'll see. All I have is my conviction. We'll see. I can't disregard the major rejection we had yesterday, the major topping candle we had on Bitcoin. I just can't disregard that. Now, this is either then going to show me that this environment's just trapping bears, and this is probably going to bode well for us reclaiming that EMA 100 and going up, or this will just be like very obvious in hindsight, and like it'll just be like, damn, it was kind of screaming in our face. And then this will just be like an easy short zone, in my opinion. So really going to go one or two ways, just like it always does. But we have more things to me on Bitcoin pointing to a breakdown than a breakout to 88,000 currently. And that shifted with yesterday's close. So until then, I'm going to then be, maybe ES1 does go up. Maybe Bitcoin does go down. I don't know. But all I can say is so far, whatever ES1 does, Bitcoin has been doing. So it is at a pretty crucial spot. You're either going to fall through here and dump, or you're going to hold this, and maybe the jewel's right, and we're going to bust up again. Until then, though, I mean, we were literally rejected where we've been rejecting this whole time. And then let's look at the weekly too. And you also see the dailies at extreme volatility reads. So, I mean, yeah, consolidation at best then. What is this yellow? Nothing here. What about the 5? Where's the 5? Okay, so you are rejecting the weekly 5. Okay. Just kind of grasping at air though. Interesting. What do the lower time frames look like? It looks heavy. It looks heavy to me. The argument though is that, yeah, I mean, you're at the extremes on the lower time frames. Maybe this does hold, pops you back up. But if it does pop us back up, it'll just fill our shorts for the academy. I think I'm running shorts around 5,400 today. So we'll see. We will see. Let's see the 6 hour and 8 hour, because on Bitcoin it's not looking good. Yeah, it's not looking the best there. And it's in breakdown, median flipped up. I always look at these candles as more of a chance to go up than down. Just notice that you can fill out some of this wick. But even here, if you go up here to even like 5,400, still the EMA 34. So, in summary, you're just kind of on the cliff here across the board. I'm still going to be on the camp though that we are going to end up rejecting today. I'm positioned for it. I gave the shorts out. Even on the S1, you did get a short trigger here. But again, I will say the median is giving hope. It's giving hope on Bitcoin and ES1. But that hope can quickly end up being nothing more than, what's the opposite of hope? I don't know. Doom. I don't know. But that's it. Today's going to be important. That's it.
Despair. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, the opposite of hope.
Yeah, you're right.
It's whatever Obama did, that's the opposite of hope.
Yes, we can.
Mr. Sell awaits.
Start with start with the 2-day. Right now on the 2-day, we did get a move after closing over the median all the way back down to retest the median. Now it's bouncing back up, and momentum currently right now on the 2-day is pointing to the upside. Volatility is still going down, approaching 0%. But what I want to point out right now is Jewel. Jewel curving back around and giving you a buy signal within the bearish control zone. Let's mark that with the vertical line. Let's do it from the control signal. There. All right, one more, and that'll be it. There was a move up immediately of about 45% and then 51%. This one was 28%. This one, 24%. Oof, this one was quite big. Immediately of about 6% before eventually going up 89%. 76% or 77%. This one, not much. About 5.7% immediately, and then eventually 16. This one's a lot bigger. 90%. So the upper side seems to be somewhere around 80 to 90. The lower is about 9 or 15 actually. About 8. So that not no, that's the lower end, about 8. This one currently has done about 9% up. So if we take that number of about 40 to 50, that would be that's a little way higher than what my bias is. That's about 110 to $112,000. I personally don't believe that's going to happen. Let's see what 90s would be from here. That would be roughly 18%, right in line with that 15 to 16% move. Let's see what 15% would be. Right around $92,000. Very interesting.
What a cock blocker sucker. But yes, I'm ready for it.
So monthly right now is still flipped to the downside on momentum right at the reset point, while volatility is at literally 0%. And the jewel is now, let's go to this one. The jewel is now curving back around into a sell signal, confirming the bearish divergence. It's not quite zero at the index, but it's still expanding from where it was at 0%. Now we've got bearish divergence on the jewel on the monthly. Let's go to the quarterly. Quarterly, it's also pointed to the downside with volatility still in an expansion phase. And we are currently bouncing off of the 5. So as long as we're holding the 5, that is going to prevent us from coming down to 38.2%. The probabilities are still that we're going to hit the 38.2%, but after this bounce plays out. And where this bounce could find its way up to is somewhere around the open of this candle and the close of this one. That is about like $93,455. 93.4 is right around that $94,000 area. Very, very natural area for this to come up to retest, reject it, then dump us down to this bottom 38.2%, right around that $51,000 area. We're very close to that 21 at that point, likely going to hit that $47,000, mid 40s. It'll fill our biases, and we'll all be happy and happy days. 2-week, we're also pointing to the downside, very close to getting above the moving average though and getting out of the bearish control zone. However, we're still pointing down. Look at the jewel, we're getting an amazing sell signal with the God mode background and the pink crossing below the yellow. Let's mark that off right there. Right there. This one was not as powerful as the one we have now, but still a God mode nonetheless.
Can you please get rid of your Easter sale awaits?
This, I didn't even notice that.
It's just fucking. That's all I'm staring at.
All right, this is all the examples that we have. And I'm guessing they're going to be quite devastating. 76%. Free tranquilo. Immediately of about 19.69%. And then 56%. On this one, we have gone down only 9.9%. If you were to take it about 20%, that put us to about $65,000. You were to take it to about 50%, brings us to roughly $40,000 to $41,000. Very interesting, very nice. And right now we are getting that bounce off of that 21 EMA. So from that, could see somewhere around that 9 EMA to the 50% range on the HPDR getting hit and very solidly rejecting. And that brings us to somewhere around 87,000 to like $92,000 area. Very, very high probability that you were to reject that area and come down to the 55. And the invalidation on all of this right now is going to be getting a weekly close, not even a weekly, you can do the daily close for those $74,400. That's likely going to immediately dump you towards that lower 60s area. Let's go to the weekly, and we're going to get momentum shift now. Momentum on the weekly is now pointed to the upside, just now getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility is still contracting, and the weekly jewel is now losing the sell signal. Let's mark that with a vertical line. Jewel losing the sell signal in the bearish control zone. That should be enough. We even have examples of bear market of this happening. Uh-oh. Fucking A. This was July of 2021, so this was during a bull market. Moved up 117%, good lord. Well, before the pullback, it immediately moved up about 66%. This was bear market, February of 2022. Immediately up about 9% before pulling back 18% and then up 14%. So 9% would be the number that we use. This one, 21%. This was also bear market. This one, bear market, was move up 11%. 9 to 11% seems to be the number that appears bear market wise. This was December of 2022, end of the bear market. So this is a bull market move. 90%. Not as relevant right now because we are not in a bull market, I believe. This one was about 183%, or a lot more actually. 312%, not bad. And the one currently we have has moved us up 1%, 1.66%. If you were to take it 9%, brings us roughly $90,000 to $91,000. Very interesting. And let's also mark off we had momentum going out of the bearish control zone on the weekly. Right there. Yeah, that should be enough. I'll just do one more. December of 2022. So we got these examples. This one was 85% up. A lot more. 185%. I'm not saying we're going to move up 185% from here. Probably not going to do that. 24%, a lot more realistic. This one, a complete failure because it went up 2%. This one, 98%. And as of now, oh, you can put emojis on TradingView. 4%.
Oh,
Take
yeah.
it 20-ish%. A little higher than my bias right now. That's around $99,800. Don't think that's going to happen. 5-day. 5 days also pointed to the upside on momentum. Volatility is currently approaching 0%, and the jewel is giving us a bicycle within the bearish control zone. Does make it look like, especially since we've closed back over that 5, probably going to go somewhere around that median, which is at about 86.7. Today, which is what we had already mentioned. We're going to get to the RSI later, but spoiler alert, the RSI does have confirmed bullish divergence. Let's see if it has it on the what do you call it, the HPDR momentum as well. Yes, technically we have it on here as well, because we have a low at this point of $80,760. We have a lower low and higher low on the momentum, significantly higher low, giving you some Indian bullish divergence. The next target on the divergence would be $87,500.
Bam.
Go to the daily. Daily is currently flipped down. It's below the moving average. It has not confirmed just yet, though. It will confirm in about 9 hours and 15 minutes, as long as it closes below 84,600, basically. And a little bit higher, actually. Like, let's say 85. And right now, the daily is still giving you a buy signal on the jewel with the light blue breaking out of the bearish control zone, about to break into the bullish control zone. Now let's make the HPDR disappear for a second. Where is it? Right there. Let's make this appear. The moon phases. Now we have officially gotten our buy signal, where we have the sell signal, buy signal, and that buy signal, moon's bull moon appeared right over at this point. And since that bull moon, we've gone up about 3%. If you were to take it to somewhere around this area right here, the average move of the bull moon, which is about like 10 to 15%, that brings us to about $92,000 area to $96,000, 92 to 96, somewhere around there. I'm guessing on the lower end, somewhere around maybe 93 to 94. Likely, we're probably going to top out based off the average move, and we're getting the 9 crossing up to 21. Usually, that gives you a decent sized move as well. It's fine. The last time you got the 9 crossing up over 21, right here, you got it. Right here, you had a pretty decent move. Right there. Let's find bear market examples. Where's the bear market? Yeah, this was a long bull market. Nine crossing 21, got a decent move up right here over the 55 in the bear market. 9 over 21, decent move right here, 55. You seem to get a move to the 55. 9 crossing 21, move to the 55. Every single time you're getting a move to the 55. Let's see where the 55 is right now. 55 right now sits at about just below $86,000. What I'm thinking is probably going to happen is with off of that bull moon, you either get 2 weeks of upside movement, probably somewhere around that 100 at that 87,700 number, probably rejection there, and then move to the downside. But I'm just curious and see what this inverse head and shoulders would play out. Let's take it. Oh fuck.
94, right?
I believe so. Yeah, right around $35,000. And the confirmation of this is going to be breaking above this candle's wick high at about $86,450. That's probably taking you up to the 90s. And let's see if that goes along with any of our HPDR targets. Interesting. 78.6 is right up here at $95,700. This would reverse the trend, though, so I don't think that's likely going to happen. Let's go to Tether. Come on. Whereas Tether has broken back into the 38.2%, rejecting the top 38.2%, and likely going to get a pullback from here. We're about to get a silver cross to the upside, very, very close to get a weekly silver cross. So would expect somewhere around a retest of this 9 EMA, which lines right up at this 100. Not that much of a move down. That is maybe 4 or 5% to the downside. Goes along with maybe a 10% move to the upside on Bitcoin, which would be like $93,000, and then a massive pump on Tether with the silver cross confirming, and a pretty epic dump on Bitcoin. And that goes along with momentum shifting to the downside on Tether. Weekly is getting like a lower high with a higher high in price, giving you weekly bearish divergence, which is already confirmed. And you're getting a volatility contraction, telling you this is likely going to be a higher low. Monthly and the 2 week are still pointed heavily to the upside and are still very bullish. 5 days also pointing down, rejecting the bullish control zone. I mean, and confirming bearish divergence on the 5 day with volatility at basically 0%. And now the 5 day is giving you a sell signal on the jewel pretty high up. But what's likely to happen off of the sell signal? Fucking yeah, I hate when I do this. Is this likely to just curve back over, test the edge of the bullish control zone in this pink, and then flip right back up? And that'll put in hidden bullish divergence. And the 5 day currently has a silver cross to the upside. So if we do continue to the downside, likely we test this 9 right around this 5-ish, 5.3-ish% area, and then bounce back up and likely goes to the top 38.2%. 2 day is also at the reset point, currently still to the downside, while volatility is at 0%. And the jewel is giving you a sell signal, and it's breaking out of the bullish control zone. We are currently rejecting the median, and as long as we're rejecting the median, probably going to come down to this 38.2%. That is currently a move to the downside of about 5%. Daily is, however, pointing to the upside while volatility contracts, and the jewel has now confirmed a pretty epic sell signal on the daily in the bullish control zone with the pink crossing below the yellow. So, and we're just about to lose the median once again, which will give us a move down to this 38.2%. That is, I believe it's going to be 5%, but let's confirm. It's about 2.5%. But you can have lost this 21, so let's see how much of a move it is to the 55. Oh, just about 5%. Interesting. Let's go to the 4 hour. And the 4 hour is now freshly turning down on momentum on Tether. Volatility is now contracting, telling you it's probably going to be a higher low. A move down here from there to somewhere around this 38.2% to this 200, likely going to get a bounce from here. And I'm guessing that's probably going to be the bottom for this actually goes moon and crypto goes to death. For 4 hour Bitcoin is now flipping to the upside on momentum, getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility is now contracting. Probably gets a move to somewhere around this 38.2%, which is the 84,700-ish area. If you can start to close a 4 hour over this 38.2%, though, that's what gets you to move to that top 38.2%, which is just under $87,000 at like 86.7. 12 hours, very close to silver crossing to the upside on Bitcoin. Maybe 2 or 3 more closes as long as you're over 83,600, and this is going to silver cross. And that should get you a move to this top 38.2%, right around 86,700, 86,800. I believe the 8 hour already has. Yes, indeed. The 8 hour already has silver cross, and you're just getting a retest of the silver cross now. And a pretty nice girthy green dildo off of that 21 EMA and 38.2%. If you can start to close an 8 hour over that median, probably going to get a nice move into that 200 right around $87,100. And you're getting the 8 hour just now freshly about to get over the moving average while volatility is approaching 0%. Marked with a vertical line whenever we had momentum getting over the moving average. A little too high up. Let's not do that one. No. Do we have much in this area? Let's just do all of them. Fuck it. We should get some elevator music for these types.
No, I agree. That's funny.
That should be enough. Oh, what do you know? Each one is pretty nice. So about 7%. This one, 6%. It would be very nice if they're all these round figures. Immediately 1% and then 7%. This one, not much. 1%, 1.88%. This one's bigger. This one was 9.66%. $3.3%. Oh wait, I missed this one. I'm retarded. Oopsies. 8%. And as of now, 1.8%. Take it about 8%. Brings us to roughly $90,000. Now let's go to the other side. Amazing how it came only $150 from stopping me out last night while I slept. Didn't even have to see it.
Good for you. No stress.
Nope. Quarterly, as of this moment, this would we are on the index. Quarterly on the index is very, very close to invalidating this hidden bullish divergence, and it will invalidate it once you close below $76,702, while at the same time putting in a local top, giving you confirmed bearish divergence, and that will give you a minimum target of hitting somewhere around this 9 EMA for a decent sized bounce around $65,000. Likely takes you up to somewhere in this 5 at 75, probably rejects from there, eventually taking you down to this 21 where you found our last bear market bottom right around $46,000. Monthly has already confirmed the bearish divergence, and it will be confirmed as long as you're closing below $95,151. And your next target is going to be somewhere around this neutral zone on the RSI, which currently sits at $61,000. Low to mid 60s. Keep remembering that number. 2 week already confirmed many drives of bearish divergence, and it will be confirmed as long as you're closing below $88,660. And your next move is going to be towards the neutral zone, which is at currently $69,000. Very nice number. Three-day currently has active bullish divergence, and it will be active as long as you're closing over $74,441. And your next move is going to be towards neutral zone. Yeah, the next move is going to be towards that neutral zone on the RSI, which is right around $87,000. And you're getting the bullish divergence with very low volatility, sitting at 7%. 2-day has 3 drives of bullish divergence confirmed, as long as you're closing over $74,441. And if you were to get any type of close over $86,061, that's very likely going to take you towards the neutral zone on the RSI, which is at, what do you know, 86.9, so $87,000. Okay, 4 hour. 4 hour currently has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence confirmed off of this higher low, and it's getting it off the back of expanding volatility. Likely, if you get a close over around, say, $86,450, you should get a move into the bullish control zone, which right now is at $86,780, so about $87,000. Now let's move back to the monthly and go to Tether. Tether currently has confirmed hidden bullish divergence on the monthly in the bearish control zone, giving you a target of somewhere around this bullish control zone, which is currently at 6.46%. Quite the move to the upside from here, which is going to go with crypto probably capitulating. Moving on the quarterly. Quarterly still has active bearish divergence, many drives of it. It's very close to invalidating. However, it will invalidate if you can close above 5.85%. Two week currently has active one drive bullish divergence, and it will be active as long as you're closing over 5.16%. And your next target is the bullish control zone, so that's 6.29%. Similar number as previously. Weekly also has bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over 5.35%. Pretty close to that number right now. And your next move is going to be towards somewhere on. Ooh, that's probably going to update. I don't think it's going that high anytime soon, about 12%. If it continues to the downside from here and it invalidates that divergence, I would expect to move into the bullish control zone, which is right around 5.08%. Still not that much down. Uh-oh. 3-day currently has active bearish divergence on Tether going along with the bullish divergence on Bitcoin. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.87%. And your next move is to the neutral zone, which is right around 5.08%. Same number as before. I'm interested to see if that is a 5% move down. That would be nice if it was. No, it's around 8%. 2-day also has 3 drives of bearish divergence active, with Bitcoin having 3 drives of bullish divergence. And your next move is to the neutral zone, right at, where is it at? 5.12%, very close to the previous targets. And 4-hour bullish divergence has now been invalidated, so we've put in another local top. And let me just look at the RSI real quick. Oh, interesting. We have a high here or close at 5.59%, and a higher close here at 5.85%. So this would be a lower high, but RSI is making a higher high, giving you hidden bearish divergence. And it will confirm once you close below 5.53%, which we are below right now. If you can close that in 1 hour below that number, going to confirm that hidden bearish divergence, bringing you at a minimum down to this 200. Cardano. Come on. Quarterly is now just a bunch flipped to the downside. First time quarterly momentum is flipping down since January of 2022. And the pivot has gone up by almost 100%. It was previously at $48,000. Now it went up to $93,000. We would have to go up about $9,000 to flip the pivot back, to remain it back to the upside before this quarterly closure. And every single time that we've had the pivot flipping down previously, it has been a bear market. Monthly has already flipped to the downside with a volatility setup dropping below 15%, and we have confirmed bearish divergence on the monthly. The pivot is currently 106,152. This was previously 102. Now it's gone up to 106. The last time that we had a setup like this with momentum to the volatility at below 15% and momentum to the downside with bearish divergence was this lunar collapse right over here. 2 because also to the downside with the volatility setup. The last time we had that set up with the bearish divergence was also right before Luna, and we were pointing down below $100,000. Weekly, however, is flipped to the upside, and it's just about to get weekly volatility contraction, and we are going to be flipped up as long as we're above $79,600. This is what makes it a little difficult for me to be bearish right here, is weekly momentum is pointed to the upside right now, and it's flipped up from pretty low. At the very least, we should get some type of bounce, mean reversion from that flipping up, and I probably at the very least 87s, if not higher, with momentum flipping up. Let's mark with a vertical line where we had momentum flipping back up from the bearish control zone on the stochastic. Right there. That should be enough. We're all the way back in 2021. Immediately move up a 50%, then at 95%. This is a bull market, so it's not as comparable. Here's a bear market move. 24%. 84%. 24% is probably the more relevant number because it happened in a bear market. As of right now, 2%. This number is way higher than what my bias is. Probably not going to happen, but 24% is $105,000. Interesting how all of these things are lining up with hash ribbons playing out. Maybe it actually does. I'm currently thinking it doesn't, but we'll see. 5 days also flipped to the upside. I'm sorry.
It would be interesting, right? Because it's like
Yeah.
something's lying then. Bearish divergence on the monthly or the hash ribbons. That would be odd if they played out though. That would mess the 100% hit rate on the monthly.
The one, yeah. Well, currently the divergence has a 100% hit rate, while the hash ribbons does not.
And obviously, nothing can have a 100% hit rate
Yeah,
forever.
eventually, it's gonna fail.
Yeah.
5 days currently flipped to the upside on momentum with volatility currently contracting as long as you're about $81,600. So the weekly and the 5-day are currently flipped up. 2 days also flipped to the upside, but very close to getting volatility expansion, still contracting, and you're rejecting the bearish control zone, and you're currently up as long as you're above $78,600. Daily as well is flipped to the upside with a dip of life, and you're about to break into the critical zone, and you're pointed up above $80,950. And the 4 hours currently just about to freshly flip to the upside with a derp of life, and it will flip up if you can close over 84,360. Now let's shift over to Tether. Tether is currently freshly flipping to the upside, and it's going to remain up as long as you're above 4.11%, with very close to getting a volatility setup. Quarterly is, however, to the downside, but it's getting to that point where it's likely about to flip back up, getting into the bearish control zone, and it will flip up if you close over 5.66%. And the last time quarterly momentum flipped up on Tether was January of 2022. And you know what else it's going to do? We have a low right here in January 2022, which is this 3.42%. Right here, our low is currently 4.3%. But momentum is way lower, giving you hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. Pretty big. Going to give you at very least a target of these previous highs, likely higher, which means Tether is probably going over 10%. That's devastating. That's a 100, almost a 100% move from where we are now.
That'd be fun.
Maybe that's what maybe that's what it takes to take Ethereum to $600.
That ETH.
2 week is currently flipped to the upside with volatility expansion. Sheesh. And it will be flipped up as long as you're above 4.38% with a derp of life. Weekly is telling a different story, however, landing up with Bitcoin flipping to the upside. Weekly is flipped down on Tether with volatility contraction, and you are so close to getting that weekly sold across. So likely, momentum is going to remain to the downside. Weekly will give you the silver cross. You get the retest, and then to busting action.
This weekly, did that flip up this week, or was it up last week as well?
It flipped up this week.
Interesting. So it's like a race against time for bears then, really. Like, they need to honestly start rejecting us this week, in my opinion. Because if that weekly flips up and silver crosses, you do have to ask yourself if Bitcoin spot weekly trend will shift then and we go to 91.
Maybe. I'm thinking somewhere around 95.1 is probably not going to be broken, and that's what will reverse the trend.
95.1.
That's the macro lower high.
Yeah, for me, I'm gauging 88.7.
Because it could go all the way back. I mean, the Bitcoin could go all the way back to at this point right here and still be making a macro lower high.
You based on the 1 week?
It's a 5-day.
It's based off the 5 week, but I was looking at the 1 week at that point. Somewhere around, yeah, it works better on the 5-day. This point right here.
Yeah, for me on the 5-day, I mean, it's just the same on the weekly. If you take out 88.7, I'm going to be looking at that as a trend shift because from there you did make a lower low, so
Yeah,
you'd have to gauge this
I'd
moving
have
out lower high.
I'd have it like this, getting over. Oh wait, not this one. Fuck. Get this one.
It's like you break that high,
That one.
It's
I'd
like
have it from this line to this line, and then above
exactly.
this line over 100K.
So it's like you break 88.6, 88.7. You really do have to question if the monthly 9's going to hold. The weekly 9's going to get reclaimed. Weekly trend shifts and the hash ribbons play out. That's why it's like very easy to me right now to short, because it's like bears kind of have to step in soonish. We'll see what the reaction is at the daily EMA 200. So, and they're trying on yesterday's candle. They are trying. So, ideally today we flip red. It's kind of what I want to see.
On the 5-day as well, Tether is pointing to the downside below 5.67%. You have a lower high right here on momentum, higher high in price, giving you bearish divergence confirmed on Tether 5-day. Minimum target of that 9 EMA, currently 5.4%, not very much lower than we are right now. Just a retest of this lower cross and then busting action.
It's tricky.
2 days also flipped to the downside, about to lose the bullish control zone with volatility contraction, and be flipped down below 5.95. Daily is currently flipped down as well with volatility contraction. Going to be flipped down as long as you're below 5.74. And 4 hours freshly flipping to the downside, and it will flip down with a derp of death as long as you close below 5.53%. So on Bitcoin, all of the high time frames are still aligned to the downside. The quarterly is very close to putting in a fresh drive bearish divergence and flip the momentum down. Every single time momentum is flipped down on the quarterly, it's been a bear market. Momentum is already on the monthly has already confirmed bearish divergence on every single momentum indicator. That also has every single time confirmed been a bear market. You're getting volatility setups on the monthly and the 2 week with the bearish divergences, which you haven't gotten since the Luna collapse. Everything is looking like you're probably going to go to somewhere around that low to mid $60,000 number for a bounce, and then eventually from there to somewhere around low to mid 70s, maybe 75K for that monthly 5 EMA. Probably projects that, and then you find yourself somewhere around that 21, and it's low to mid 40, around the mid $40,000 area. Invalidation for all of this right now is probably getting a weekly close, or not even a weekly close, just a price tap over $95,150. For a weekly close, it would be around 700. If you can get a weekly close over 88,700, that would also be enough for me that we're probably going to go to new all-time highs. Either weekly close over 88.7 or a price tick over 95,150. And right now, the lower time frames are starting to flip to the upside with from all the way from a weekly, with Tether dominance flipping to the downside. Likely saying that we're probably going to continue this bounce somewhere around, at the very least, $87,000 to $88,000, if not more, based off the moon setup and the 2-day bullish divergence, and 3-day bullish divergence. That would be somewhere around $94,000 to $95,000, and not breaking 95.1. And then likely from there, which would be a generational short opportunity, taking me down to somewhere around $70,000 or to 60s for that big bounce, and then eventually towards the 40s. But I personally would be closing all my shorts at $70,000.
Thank you, sirs. Fucking interesting points right now. We got two little things. Let's do BNZI, and American Airlines.
I got American Airlines.
Now, Juan is asking me about American Airlines and where can he buy. Juan, depende en dónde vivas. Esto está en el chat, obviamente, de Elite Trading Academy. Depende en dónde vivas. No tengo idea de qué país estás para poder comprar American Airlines. No tengo idea. Yo fuera de Estados Unidos, ahora sí que no sé, más allá de los exchanges que usamos acá, que son internacionales, no sé dónde, dependiendo de dónde vivas. Si vives en Estados Unidos, cualquier cosa como Robinhood, Charles Schwab, Fidelity, tu banco, ¿no? Cualquiera de esas. Vale, vamos a ver, estamos analizando Bitcoin. Y
8
vamos a ver
hours
el
about to
precio del
close a pretty
Bitcoin.
girthy green dildo.
Oh
What
yeah.
just happened?
Sorry to interrupt you. 8 hours about to close a pretty girthy green dildo. Sorry to interrupt you.
And I was gonna
Let me
say I don't
see.
see Benzi. I don't see it.
B-E, hang on a
Oh, I
second.
think it's talking about benzodiazepates. He wants Xanax.
Well, yeah, the benzos, Benzi, either or.
BNZI.
Oh, BNCI. Oh, okay. All right.
Is that
Yo,
it?
bud, if you want Xanax, just come to Mexico. They can hook you up.
Yeah, they do. Fuck yeah. No.
Yeah, I got
Ok.
it.
Estamos viendo el tablón de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, donde hemos venido desde el enero del 2025, después de crear ese máximo en esta tendencia bajista, y pueden ver que la rompimos a la alza. Acá esta es la primera vez. Esto pasó muchísimo en el 2022. La pregunta acá es, ¿vamos a romper esta tendencia alcista y reventar a la alza? ¿O vamos a romper, esto es simplemente un SFP que hasta dónde nos podría llevar de este mismo movimiento? Ese es lo interesante de esta operación, brother. Y honestamente acá tenemos un hombro, cabeza, hombro bastante estúpido, que te da 84 a 74, $10,000, lo que nos pone en 94, básicamente, que es esa línea meme que está ahí arriba. Si es que se llega a jugar, ¿dónde lo juegas? Rompiendo básicamente 86,000. Depende de qué tan mamón te quieras poner, pero por ahí de los 80,200. Ahí te irías a los 94,000. Y eso también tiene un poco de confluencia con lo que estamos viendo nosotros. Vamos a ver exactamente para dónde vamos, si para arriba o para abajo, damas y caballeros. La pregunta del siglo. Es más, solamente viendo la diaria se me hace bastante fácil de cómo ver esto. Pero bueno, vamos a empezar por la trimestral, da totalmente igual. Ya saben que en la trimestral ahora tenemos en Bitcoin una divergencia bajista a punto de jugarse en esta temporalidad, que es una locura. Además de que si simplemente estás viendo la tabla, has hecho altos, altos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Estamos por encima del 9, encima del 21, encima del 34. Nada mal, déjenme ver dónde está mi 5. Y mi 5 está en los 76,759. Sigue subiendo. Fue donde lo tapeamos y esa hubiera sido una oportunidad fenomenal para cualquiera en entrar en long. Se hubiera llevado una buena lana. Así que ahí tienen el 5. En teoría se ve alcista, pero sabemos que una vez que entramos en ese tipo de divergencias bajistas que estamos viendo acá, del lado contrario, en Tether Dominance, la dominancia de Tether con las divergencias alcistas, pues sabrás exactamente dónde estamos parados acá, porque recuerda que Tether hace lo contrario que Bitcoin. Si Tether sube, Bitcoin baja. Si Bitcoin baja, Tether sube. ¿Acabo de decir lo mismo? Creo que sí. Felicidades, Alejandro. Vamos a poner la trimestral, digo la mensual, esa era la trimestral. En la mensual ya tenemos divergencia bajista confirmada. Eso ha acabado con todos los ciclos de Bitcoin. Fue lo mismo que tuvimos justamente acá en el 2021. Y ya lo tenemos por acá. La cosa es, nos está aguantando el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está en 81,350. Una vez que pierdas eso, vas a buscar esta zona. Pero por ahora estamos cotizando en 84,864 y hay un fuerte pompazo en las tablas. Así que estamos, una vez más, estamos arriba del 5, del 9. Déjame ver dónde está mi promedio del 5. Promedio del 5 está en $85,300. Interesante en la mensual, 85,300. Me imagino que arriba de eso vamos a continuar nuestro pompeo. Con eso dicho, vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad estaba contrayendo al punto más bajo de la tabla. Sí. Volatilidad continúa esa tendencia de contracción, pero todavía no tenemos nada en un cero. Voy a ponerles el HPDR para ver exactamente dónde estamos parados. Pueden ver que tenemos el rechazo de la media por acá. Me acerco para que lo puedan ver bien. Tenemos el rechazo de la media justo acá, que antes estaba perfectamente con la línea meme, ahora está un poco arriba. Ese rechazo nos llevó hasta acá abajo, pero continuamos por encima del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 es lo único que nos está holdeando acá con cojones en 81,300. De perderlo, tu siguiente objetivo va a tener que ser 69, 67 a 66, que es justamente esta zona. Pero normalmente eso no aguanta totalmente y el 61.8% en 54 sería tocado. Ahora, romper los 89,600, que es donde está la media, te llevaría a la parte alta de la zona azul, en teoría que son $112,000, y eso es un alto histórico absolutamente nuevo, damas y caballeros. Lo que estamos viendo en la mensual de Bitcoin. Importante acordarte de los 81,300. No sé por qué estoy hablando como un mal Donald Trump. 2 semanas, ya caímos, nos rechazó la media, nos rechazó la zona azul. Caímos hasta el 60, casi al 68.1%, que está en abajito de los $82,000, pero ahora estamos rebotando. Primer objetivo debería ser nuestro promedio del 9, en los 87,269. Si podemos romper eso a la alza, siguiente objetivo serían los 90, y de ahí la parte baja de la zona azul en los 95,276. De perder los 81,863, que tiene un poco de consecuencias también en la mensual con ese promedio del 9 en los 81,300, pues tu siguiente objetivo serían los $72,000. Así que ahí tendríamos que ver si nos podemos llevar este mínimo en los 74. Eso es la 2 semanas también. Uy, güey, espérame. Es que sigo pintando, brother. Estamos también creando un buen setup de volatilidad, lo que nos dice que este movimiento va a ser agresivo. Semanal, habíamos tenido este setup de jamás, pero ahora vamos para abajo. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no tenemos nada. Pero estamos también siendo rechazados por el 21 y el 9. 21 se encuentra en los 86,500, el 9 se encuentra en los 85,600. Y de poder romper esos a la alza, deberíamos de poner nuestro siguiente objetivo como la zona, la parte baja de la zona azul en 89,246. Esto nos pone justamente en el nivel donde tenemos que ver para dónde vamos, porque de poder romper esto tienes una alta probabilidad de ir a los $99,823. 5 días, había pues, tío, habíamos tenido el rechazo del 34, el 9, caímos a la parte baja de la zona azul, pero con esta abierta el día de ayer, estamos ahora peleando con el 9. De poder vencer los 84,780, que ahora estamos por arriba de, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 86,280, y de ahí los 87,000. De poder romper todo esto acá, una vez más, $95,000 viene a la fotografía, $95,500. Zonas interesantes, 87 y 86, para aprender y recordar que acá también tenemos nuestro 55 en los 81,800. De perder eso, zona parte baja de la zona azul en 78, y eso nos empezaría a llevar mucho más para abajo rápido. Volatilidad contrayendo. 3 días. Vamos a ver la de 3 días, tío. En la de 3 días, pues tenemos un cruce plateado. We have a nice little silver cross to the downside on the 3-day. Right where the median, right where the 55, or right where the 34. I don't know what's going on. Lo que nos dice esto, que cualquier retesteo con este silver cross que tenemos a la baja, ojo, el retesteo del cruce plateado en los 86,288 debería de ser la zona ideal para un corto. Esto acá también tiene confluencia con nuestra media, y aparte el 34 que está en los 87,355. Básicamente este es el setup que estás viendo, ¿no? Es donde yo la pondría en la de 3 días para todos ustedes, porque tienes esta zona en... Voy a poner esto acá en los 86,000, ¿ok? Y después tu siguiente parada son los 84,000, básicamente. Si te cargas los 84 para abajo, vas a comer pito. Pero si puedes romper los 86,700, vas a tener una alta probabilidad de ir a los $92,000 mínimo. Mínimo. Vamos a poner también contexto a que en la de 3 días tenemos volatilidad entrando a darnos un setup. Déjame rápido, veo la de un día. ¿Cómo está esto? Nada, había expandido, pero está expandiendo toda jodida. Ok. Diaria, ahí está, nuestra 38.2%, la parte alta de la zona azul, está, como pueden ver, justamente circulada. El 87 me parece que es donde estaba el promedio de arriba. Y aquí está. Básicamente quieren las joyas de la corona, se las paso. Oye, tranquilo, brother, no es información de tanto valor. Ok, ya, güey. Perdón, tengo que darme al mame. Bastante fácil. Estás viendo la diaria, ¿no? Pueden ver acá la estructura perfectamente en la que estamos, en la parte del rango en el que estamos. Si puedes romper este alto acá en los 86,500, básicamente, ahí tu última llamada, tus últimas dos paradas deberían de ser el 87 y el 88. De romper 88 para arriba, acá vas a ir a buscar este rango. Es básicamente todo lo que tienes que saber. Y de rechazar justamente donde está tu promedio el 9 y el 21, aquí abajo, en los 83,200, vas para abajo. Esto simplemente hubiera hecho esto y vas a dar esto. Así que tenemos que poner atención por acá, qué exactamente se va a dar, cuál es la jugada clave en esto. Corto o largo, corto o largo. Depende de lo que quieras jugar. Estamos en $85,000. San Pompase para todos ustedes. Ahí lo tienen. Esos son los Bitcoin. Somos alcistas. Queremos retomar los 86,200, después los 87,800, después pasar los 88,900, básicamente 89. Eso nos llevaría de llevar a los 92, luego 94, 95. Y de ahí, si pasamos los 95, estás hablando de altos históricos. Aquí abajo, sencillo, perder los 83,300 nos pone en básicamente todos los promedios importantes en todas las temporalidades importantes por debajo de ellos, y eso nos diría que somos bajistas. Así que te la llevas fácil, damas y caballeros, básicamente fácil. All right, my son. Here we go. Here we go. What do we got now?
We have that one stock. It was BZ.
Oh my God, 1 second.
I just had it and I just took it off.
BNZI.
Wonderful. And I can't even say it's Monday because it's not.
BNZI. It is not.
It is not. And I'm not even sharing my screen. 1 second. All right, wonderful.
We're winning. We're winning so much. I'm so tired of winning.
So much. So much
There you
winning.
go.
It's lovely.
It's crazy.
So, yeah, this stock is absolutely terrible. It's so terrible, I can't even chart it. I just have to have one line to dictate it all. It's the one line to rule them all. I don't even know what occurred here, or what this does. It's a technology service package software. Unsure, but this is as dead as they get. So like the hopium is that you reclaim back above these lows here, and then make a move back up to the 5 on the monthly. From that point, I'd have to say there must be a big move. Yeah, it's like a 76% move. But until then, now you have to really be gauging like these lows, and you could even draw another meme line on them exactly. Like we'll use this one. Like this range now is it's gonna be the rejection point. Easily could just do it like that. So it's like you get back in here, good chance you can get back around $2, we'll say. But I mean, until then, this is like just dead. This is like really not good. And even on the monthly here, yes, you're at the 38.2%, but with a new 52-week low, you do have to really question if this is just going to reject us and then inevitably lead us more down, turning this into an actual penny stock. I wouldn't even trust, honestly, the HBR, but that is still like, bulls will interpret this as, oh no, we're at support. Let me long this, stop here. I'm interpreting this as, yeah, this is just on the verge. Honestly, it's just on the verge of a breakdown. And, well, weekly here actually isn't looking the best. Let me take this off. So the hopium now is that maybe this week, maybe we reclaim the 5, but even when you've seen that, the 9 has just been stopping this whole rally, and that's just been kind of the flavor of it. Have we ever reclaimed the weekly 9? Let me see this. Can't be that easy, can it? Well, I guess it is. Wow. Yeah, I mean, since we lost the weekly 9 here, let me see what it was doing before the big breakdown. So it was holding the weekly 9 very nicely. This was very strong. This was a chart where you would have looked at in 2022, 2023 and been like, damn, this is good. You know why? Because it's just in a very strong uptrend. Now, these wicks, though, aren't good. And like for a stock, this is like what shitcoins do. This is like manipulation, a lot of manipulation here, a lot of liquidity grab. I would not have liked this, seeing this one. Even if it closed up here, you have to think this literally just took out every trader, then resumed up, and then took out every trader, resumed bigly up, and then dumped. And then what you'll notice often with like manipulation is evident, it's never healthy, and it's just like, I don't know, you often do at the very minimum see these wicks get filled eventually, just in my experience. And they did. Oh, they did get filled. And what you'll notice too is before we bigly dumped, and why it's good to like always look at the characteristics of these charts, because we trade crypto, we look at shit a lot. So, you know, they're not very different. And like what you'll notice before you often get really big moves down, big moves down is like liquidity grabs. We just recently had one on Bitcoin. We went up to that 88.5 level 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. This was a major liquidity grab. I'm actually curious to see. Jeez, this went up 45% on that week and then just collapsed down. Ended up closing 43% down. Jesus, so went down over 80% from the high. Yeah, so that's not good. Honestly, it's very weak. This is extremely weak. I mean, look at just how well the 5 was rejecting us. And we came all the way down to here. Curious to see what the Bollinger Bands are looking like. Yeah, they must be pinching because price looks like they're pinching just because of just getting here. Again, bulls will look at this and be like, oh, you know, we're going to go up. I'm looking at this as, yeah, this is just confirming more of like, again, the pre-stages of a breakdown again. And you have nothing but air now. Your hopium is like that holds. That's not very fun. So you're at resistance. Talking about a 40% range almost. It's tradable. It's absolutely tradable though, because right, if you just stuck to the trend on this, granted, like these terrible liquidity grabs that shift trend in my book, but then lead to nothing. Well, because like right, you took out this last lower high ever so slightly, but then you would have questioned this rejection. You'd have been looking into this week. Okay, does that weekly 9 hold? Right, we've been seeing that reject us down. Does this actually flip? Then we go up. You would have noticed it did not, and then you would have taken a short here, and then that would have played out well. So this does really actually, this is like a money grab for bears, in my opinion. It's kind of odd to see that. Even the mid band here took us. It's just bad because bears see that, right? It's like obvious. So then you get these kind of moves. Like you're just like, you know, a lovely bear playing it down, and then out of nowhere you get a nice liquidity grab of 95%. No traders safe from that. You're just fucked. So that's really the issue with this chart, is it just is very predatory to its own kind, because it's very easy money if you can like catch something like this. Where is this rejecting? It must be on the 2 week then. Yeah, like these liquidity grabs must be getting stopped somewhere. It's just a 2 week EMA 9. You'll notice this 2 week EMA 9 is unfortunately coming down. What we don't want to see is this actually go to this like 130 level, solidifying that this, which was support, is now just major resistance. And then any, you know, hopium of a bounce will just be short-lived, because as you see, you get up to this point, just the first tap on this lower channel here is rejecting us. Let's see how much it's down now. 8%, yeah. So I'd be very cautious of this chart. I wonder who, you know, asked to bring this up, but this is definitely a tradable chart, but it's not fun to trade. I mean, you're going to be like, unless you're catching the extremity, which has been generally at the weekly 2 week EMA 9, it's just kind of not a fun thing to trade or invest in. I would not even think about investing in this at all. There's not even a chance you should be thinking about investing in this, as long as, good Lord. My God. So, I mean, you could like argue maybe the monthly 5, but then no, it's like the monthly 9 is like where you want to start looking back at a chart when that gets reclaimed. That is like legitimately like 1,500% away. No, my math's wrong, but 800%. Terrible.
I wonder how they find these things.
That's what I'm wondering. How do you? No, I was right. But it's like 1.3. Yeah, not good. That's just ugly. What about the quarterly?
They probably have a bunch of tickers on a dartboard and just throw something at it.
I'm sure they're watching someone online and they're going like, "Look at this! It looks like a bottom."
Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Someone's talking
Yeah.
about this. Insiders buying it. Insiders are nuking on you. No one's touching this chart anymore. So yeah, and when you look at the monthly just pressing on here with the weekly bands tight now, what was the last occurrence we saw those weekly bands expand? But first, let me check the monthly. So why not? Where are they? This must be expanding. Oh God, the hell is this? That's crazy. I've honestly never seen it. That's actually really funny to me.
Just one day we'll go over the Argentinian peso chart versus the dollar. That is the worst chart you've ever seen in your life.
Is this chart? Is that what this reminds you of? Just this.
Yep.
Yeah.
But like, imagine that times 100.
Oy. Yeah.
And that was
So,
a
like,
currency.
This isn't good. So, like, let's just see the last occurrence where we broke these bands. Like, for real. Let's see here. It had to be, during this moment. We were very tight. Bull trap. And then here I'll take it. So, like, I mean, the last occurrence was when this capitulated down. And this let it down before going back into it, 79%. So my point being, you are at an interesting point where I don't see the argument to be buying this at all. I don't even see one argument. I'll look at the lower time frames now, but like you are running the risk now of a monthly HPDR breakdown, a weekly breakdown, this being flipped into resistance. So like this level is very important now for us. While everyone's maybe getting bullish, I don't know. This isn't good. It's looking like it wants to do this to me and just die. So yeah, let's look at the lower time frames because maybe I can find some opium. Maybe.
There it is.
Yeah, let me get the bands off though, because I'm not going to look at that anymore. And yeah, we're back testing the 4-hour 9, but what's again catching as resistance the EMA 100. So again, it's just kind of solidifying what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you get back above like 125 on a 4-hour, make a move up to 140s, most likely rejects. Or this was it. And like this was the SFP. This was the bearish retest. And now we're good to just kind of die down. Right, you can make both arguments. Volatility is now firing off. Let's take a look at that. Yeah. So it's still in bull's favor. Let's check the median. Yeah, it is still in bull's favor, I will say. I mean, the hopium is that, yeah, you back this as a 38.2%, straight to business, back above, I'll get the 5 off, back above the 9. But it's like as soon as you start losing this 21 on the 4 hours, start closing 4 hours under $1.06, this is probably going to start going down hard. Got to gauge this zone. For me, you know, you could easily see this and then this. Are you not getting some kind of like SFP here? Technically dirty, but are you technically are. Yeah, but again, I just wouldn't trade this. It's bad. I mean, I'm trying to give some hopium here, but it's like, yeah, even $1.06 seems like the zone to be watching.
I mean, it's down 9% just today.
That's crazy. Again, here, yeah, like hopium is like the 2-hour EMA 100 held. Argument is, yeah, you definitely can make a move back up to 120s, but I'd be looking at that to reject. I'd be looking at this EMA 200 on the 2-hour to meet where we're probably going to reject. Why? Because I'd be looking at this as a front run of that. So like similar to Bitcoin, it's like we'd have to assume like this is going to start moving down. It's a 2-hour, so it will. And then once that does move down, this ideally will just meet where we will reject, and we will put in bearish structure there. That to me makes sense. So yeah, we definitely could move up again on this. I don't even know what this could be, a 10% bounce, but I'd be looking at that as a short opportunity. Now you're wrong though if you start reclaiming the 2-hour, 2 closures back above that 2-hour EMA 100. You can look at the SMA 200 and the EMA 200, in my opinion. You start reclaiming that. Yeah. I mean, you can make an argument then this will start going up, possibly back up to 140s, like I said, and then reject. Still from that point, it must still be over 2%. Yeah, 8%, 7.86% move. So you have volatility here. You'd be gauging this though. Like this is exactly what I'm talking about. Boom, bearish retest, dumped, 2-hour EMA 100 held. Literally what's happening now. Slow move up, retested it. You had the EMA 200 move, not as close to the mean line, but still you get the point, hit it, rejected down, retested it, nuke. So like actually you're getting the same exact 2-hour setup that you're getting now. Technically speaking, only difference is no, you are at extremes too. Huh. So that's kind of funny. You guys, I mean, that makes sense, right? That's like the 2-hour rejects. We're leaving here. We reclaimed it, lost it, bounced at the EMA 100. From this point, you did slowly move up. You went up to the EMA 200 again one more time, rejected the mean line, lost it here, and then put in the retest and then nuked. So then here it's the same thing, you know, went up to the EMA 200, rejected. Now you're basing at the EMA 100. You should slowly move up. This should slowly move this way. And then you'll get something like this. And then that, you get your bearish structure, similar to what you had here, where you had bearish structure. So that's all I can see for Hopium. It just will ultimately lead to a short setup. But hey, I mean, 10% bounce still is something you can trade. So enjoy that. I really would never be investing in this unless you hate money. Like I said, there's no point to even be looking at this as long as really you're under $15. So you're under $15. You're just...
Look at the fucking blue zone on that.
Yeah, oh, I know it's dead. This chart's cooked, boys. So yeah, $15 monthly EMA 9. You start really getting dailies back above $2.43. Okay, cool. It's a good sign, but it's really like $15 is the spot. I don't even know why it's not loading right now. It's not good. I know my month, the 9s should be on, so it's not even wanting to load. Oh no, it is loaded. My apologies. It's just
way higher.
Okay. Yeah. So like, and the point being like, yeah, you start closing monthlies at back $2.55. Okay. You have an argument. You have an argument that you're back in this moving average range. And maybe by the grace of God, you squeeze up to like the 9. It's a big gap from the 5 to the 9. But like, until then, you are going to be looking at, like I said, $2.30 as like your major point. You get up to there. That's where you need to see a major rejection down. This is where you're wrong. Be cognizant that you've had liquidity grabs up the ass on this chart. So definitely could do something like this, leave a wick, and then just like nuke. So pretty easy though, if you're just patient. Very easy if you're
just
patient.
Won't stop calling me.
No, she won't actually. Jesus. Anyways.
All righty. Thank you, sir. Let's see. Benzema, whatever the fuck this is. Estamos viendo una tabla absolutamente. Benzema.
I gotta take a benzo.
No, dude, they're called Banzai.
Oh.
Banzai, motherfuckers. I don't know what accent that is, but if
it
goes hand in hand with the Nagasaki setup. Their name.
Oh, so. Yeah. This has it on the name. Wow. Yeah, it looks like the Argentinian.
The bonsai setup.
The bonsai setup. It's the mini tree. Wow. Wow. Bueno,
that's the mother of all bearish engulfing dildos.
I've never seen anything like this before. Well, yeah, the Argentinian peso. If you guys want to look that up, it's impressive versus the dollar. That it's also a currency. Poor people in Argentina. Oh, look at that. Never mind. Either way. Estamos viendo una de las peores tablas que hemos visto, pero por supuesto que estamos aquí para servirles. Habíamos tenido un buen año, digamos, ¿no? Cuando salió esto fue el 2021, por supuesto, donde abrió en ¿cuánto? En $520. $520, cabrones. Y esta madre está en $1 hoy. Solamente bajó 520x. Y lo peor de todo es que tuvo un máximo en $820. Esta tabla es para robarle dinero a la gente, no para nada más. El promedio del 9 está en 114, así que se pueden imaginar. Déjame ver el del 5 solamente por curiosidad. El del 5 está en 36. Nada mal, nada mal. Solamente tienes que hacer un 36X para empezar a cambiar estructura bajista. Los voy a llevar a la semanal. La semanal es la más fácil de todas de entender. Pueden ver esto en la semanal, lo estúpido que se ve. No sé de dónde estén sacando estas tablas. Igual y están ustedes mismos buscándolas o están yendo a canales que les dicen, güey, compra esto porque estamos encontrando el fondo o cuál sea el plan. Esto no es normal, ¿ok? Esto que están viendo acá es una tabla que está por debajo del promedio del 9 y ha estado debajo del promedio del 9 desde que hizo esto. Lo único que tienes que hacer si eres un amante de benzima o benzai o bonsai o lo que sea esto, ve, ha estado por debajo todo este camino. Lo único que tienes que hacer es esperar a retomar el promedio del 9 semanal, si eres alcista. Cómo odio estas tablas, se los juro por mi vida. Porque aparte, honestamente, les voy a ser sincero, nadie aprende nada. Nunca les vamos a ver también, si mandas a alguien que estudia tablas, como estos güeyes, ¿no? A Alex y a Farhan, van a ver cualquier tabla que sea así de bajista, no te van a decir, güey, puede ser el fondo. Es imposible saber eso. Recuerda que cuando la tabla es más bajista, cuando más cerca del fondo estés o más en el fondo estés, más bajista se ve todavía. Se los he repetido y del lado alcista, porque fue lo que nos pasó con Bitcoin, que estaban empezando a tirar objetivos de, no, güey, 125, 130. Les dije, cuando estamos hasta arriba, todo se ve más alcista. Estas tablas no valen la pena perseguir, no vale la pena perseguirlo. Todos estos son liquidity grabs, son tomadas de liquidez. Tomada de liquidez, tomada de liquidez, tomada de liquidez, tomada de liquidez, tomada de liquidez y ya. Entonces, no sé contra quién estés tradeando, pero te están partiendo el culo. Para ser alcista, recupera el 1.19. Del 1.19 tienes un movimiento gratis, el 1.66. Podrías tranquilamente, tal vez hasta el 1.85. En la diaria, básicamente, recuperar el 1.29, que es tu promedio del 55, sería lo más importante y tener cierres. Pero ya pueden ver, estás teniendo, ya te dio el pompazo, ya recuperaste el 9 y ahora te está tirando una vez más. 4 horas, rápido. Tienes que recuperar el promedio del 100, el EMA 100 y también el 200, porque no nos hagamos pendejos. Esto es, en realidad yo lo dejaría en la de 4 horas y recupera tu promedio del 200, que es 1.4. ¿Cómo se ve eso en la diaria? Arriba del 55. Sí, ponlo en la de 4 horas, retoma esto y vas para arriba. Más allá de eso, meterle acá que, güey, puede que me dé otro de estos o acá para abajo. Ya estás, o sea, esto ya es un short. Esto ya cayó ¿cuánto? Vamos a ver. ¿De dónde está? Acá. 10%, o sea, ya cayó 10%. Está así, pues estamos abajo 10.66%. Después de este pompazo que te había dicho. Eres bajista, probablemente perder la zona del 1.06 te lleve a hacer un nuevo mínimo. Alcista tienes que romper los 1.40 y empezar a tener cierres por arriba de 1.40. Ahí lo tienen, esto es Benzai. Vamos con American Airlines. Is that American Airlines, right, sir? Is that AA?
Yes, sir.
One of the
Alcoholics
worst.
Anonymous.
It's AAL. Damn. Oh, this is a 4-hour. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? Damn. Still.
Yeah. It's not looking good, bro.
Nope.
It's looking like kind of dog shit.
Yeah, honestly, the airline's ass. I'm not surprised. When they did me dirty like 2-3 weeks ago, it looked like a short.
Back in 2020, because they fucked you, huh?
They fucked me. Exactly.
Back in,
By
I
the
was
way,
about to say how in 2020 they fucked me too.
how?
Because I was first getting into options, and right around this zone in 2020, I started buying calls, and it was right here in this top area in the 20s, and then over the next couple of weeks, I proceeded to lose all of my money in the short
Oh
in
my
the puts.
God.
Good lord.
My God.
On the quarterly right now, we do have a silver cross to the downside. That's not nice. And the quarterly hopium though is that momentum is trying to flip back up and rejecting the bearish control zone, but volatility is contracting, so it's making it less likely that this is going to be a long term, or it's going to a long term hold. We are bouncing right around the wake of this previous macro low. The 38.2% right now is at $9.05. If we start to lose that $9.05 38.2% area, it's going to be similar to what happened right over here, where we went all the way down to the 78.6. 78.6. Right now the 78.6, it's at $4.11. That is basically retesting these lows here. If this area fails to hold, this thing is probably going to go pretty low. Last time we started to really break down, we went to the 100%. That 100% is below $1 right now. Things looking kind of like dog shit. I don't think it's going to go that low though, because it is a pretty major airline. So something is probably going to happen, maybe a bailout or something. I don't think they're going to go that low.
I know, right? Because I was looking at Boeing even too, and it's like terrible. Airlines look terrible, and there's a lot of boomers that buy this shit. So
Well, in Boeing right now, the story is, oh, it's because of the tariffs. China already stopped all the Boeing planes from being ordered. Guys, do yourselves a favor and look up air travel rates lately. Not rates, I'm sorry. Travel rates. Yeah, travel rates, which means how much people are traveling all over the world. They're down like 80%. Like 80%, dude. That's a world
and their
recession.
margins are so shit on airlines that they can't afford that. Oil does tank. I think gas will go down, which will make airline tickets go down, so that their margins are already shit. People aren't traveling because we're in a recession. I just think airlines are not the move for the next 4 years. IMO.
No, and I heard I talked to my boy on our podcast, and I said airlines are going down. He goes, how cheap? Gas is cheap, so they're going to be able to improve their margins. Yeah, that's considering that people are still traveling at the same rate they were before, but now you have a slowdown on travel, and gas prices are going down. That's deflation, so that means your earnings are going to be worse, so that means you're going to shit. Just think about 2008. Who had to be bailed out? Banks and airlines. 2020, who had to be bailed out? Everyone in airlines. Every time there's something bad that happens, airlines are the first one to go fuck themselves. And this is not going to be different.
I can't wait for ticket pricing to catch up with the demand, because right now tickets are still expensive.
No, they will though. I really think they will. Yeah. I'm going to short oil.
I just paid like $600 for a flight to Houston, and it's a 2-hour flight.
I think they're top soon. So
yeah, I think so too. Sorry, sir.
Monthly, monthly is right there flirting with that complete breakdown. The momentum is getting very close to the bearish control zone, while volatility is expanding, and the monthly is now losing the buy signal on the jewel and very close to giving a sell signal. It's on the verge. 2-week is already basically breaking down. You're getting not only a silver cross to the downside, but you're getting a fucking epic silver cross to the downside, where the 9 and the 21 and the 55 are all bunched right together, and they all cross down together. This is one of the most ideal silver crosses you could ever get. While momentum is heavily in the bearish control zone and volatility is ticked up, although it is telling you that you're probably going to find some type of bounce relatively soon, if not from here. But also goes along with that, it's getting to very extreme areas on the HPDR. If we can start to get a close over $11.23, I would expect to move from there into somewhere around that $14 zone to retest this silver cross. Still likely ends up failing, and you probably go lower. And validation for going lower is going to be closing above, let's say, $17.40. If you can start to close over $17.40, probably going to go test somewhere in the 20s. Weekly is already started to flip up on momentum. Volatility is starting to contract, going along with the idea of a bounce from somewhere around here. And it will confirm higher if you can get a close over $11.23, same level as before, taking you somewhere into the $14 area, right along this 38.2%. Weekly jewel is giving you a pretty nice sell signal, where the pink is crossing below the yellow, and dark blue is going into the bearish control zone. Mark with a vertical line, and if we had the pink crossing below the yellow, It did happen quite low, though. It didn't happen all the way up here. Right there. This one's a little bit higher. More examples. This is a good last one. There. Not very powerful. 6.83%. Immediately about 11%, and over enough time, 48%. Immediately move about 7.7%, and then 42%, similar number as before. And this one, 19.59%. And as of now, we have gone down from the open of close. We've gone down about 21%. So if we were to take it to that 50-ish% number, brings us roughly to around $6.45 to around like $5.50. Very interesting. See if it'll give if our RSI targets line up with any of those. Tide is also positioning to the upside, getting over momentum, moving average with volatility contracts, and the jewels giving you that sell signal. So if we do continue this bounce, getting over $11.23, probably gets to move it to somewhere around $13.50 to maybe $14. 2 days also getting over the moving average on momentum, getting very close to getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility starts to contract, and you're playing out this God mode buy signal on the jewel. Let's see. Oh, you're getting a low right here of $10.67, lower low of $9.46, while momentum makes a higher low, giving you 2-day bullish divergence. Which, have you confirmed it just yet? You have not confirmed it just yet. You will confirm it if you can close over $9.97, and that would give you that target of that 14-ish dollar, somewhere around here. Daily is starting to shift down on momentum while volatility contracts. Still technically an expansion because it hasn't gotten up below the moving average. And the jewel is now giving you a pretty nice buy signal, with the pink getting over the yellow, light blue getting out of the bearish control zone, happening pretty low. So as long as we can continue holding over this daily median at $9.73, should continue to get a move into that $11 area to test that 11.23 if we can move into the 14s. 4 hours still also pointing up on momentum, volatility is still contracting, while the jewel is now starting to lose the sell signal and starts shifting into neutral. Very likely shifts back into a buy and makes its way into the bullish control zone from there. That would line up with going into like the $13 to $14 area with the RSI. Wait, Mike, you got a license to fly that aircraft?
Oi,
What?
oi.
I'm sorry, what accent was that, sir?
I don't know, like a
I don't know.
British. Governor.
It sounded a little bit more Australian. Oh, look at my knife.
That's not a knife. That's a knife.
That is not a knife. This is a knife. That's all I know. That's it. I'm out. Thank
I
you.
don't even know. Is that from Crocodile Dundee? I haven't seen it.
I think so. I saw it, but I was too young to remember anything.
The quarterly currently on American Airlines has active bearish divergence on the RSI, just like it did on the Jewel, and the HPDR momentum. and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $19.10, which is quite a ways up, $10 higher than where we are right now. And your next target off of this divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which is at $8.53. And the more clear target, I mean, the one after that is going to be critical zone, which it doesn't tell you right now. It says it's impossible.
Nothing is impossible. Sorry.
Yeah, as
I'm
long as you
motivated.
believe. Look
I
at that
paid.
6-month chart, though. Looks like dog shit. That's a failed United States setup right there. So if we were to assume the move would apply to the downside, let's see what that would be.
How come this airline topped so long ago?
I don't know. What year was that?
They're making so much
Yeah.
money. Like right now, they're charging so much for those
This was
tickets.
06,
I just feel
07.
like- I just feel like they're not making any money, and their margins are terrible. That's why.
It's like a
Because it's not,
conservative number.
'cause it's not
Also,
subsidized
conservative
by the
estimate is
government.
-1580. So they'll
Hmm?
be paying you $15.80 to hold every share of American Airlines.
That'd be fucking awesome. And I still wouldn't take it. Not just kidding.
They beat profits. I get what you're saying because they did beat profits, but I don't know. I wouldn't
Yeah,
want to
I have
hold
no
this
idea.
shit. If there's even
No.
a chance of a recession, you would not want to hold airline stuff.
I
At
have
all.
I have a good tax tip for you fellas. If you want to save a couple of pennies on your tax bill, you should just buy a Ferrari SF90 and claim the EV rebate. It's genius.
Genius. Holy shit.
On the monthly, we have confirmed several drives of hidden bearish divergence. Let's see if I can count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, and you're getting them pretty high up too. They're more powerful the higher up you get. And right now, they will be confirmed as long as you're closing below $17.40, and your next target is the critical zone, and that level is at $11. And that's a bearish control zone. I mean, my bad. I'm sorry. The critical zone is impossible. The 5-day currently is active bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below $11.23, which is the number that we would need to confirm our movements to the 13 to 14s. Today, nothing. Daily, nothing. One. Daily currently has active many drives of bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $9.30. And your next target is the neutral zone, which right now sits at 1386. Oh, that's a beautiful number.
It's
4
going for
hours
the
of
bearish retest.
Yep, 4 hours about a freshly put in 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. And it will confirm as long as you close below $9.77. And that should give you a target of the bearish control zone, which right now sits at 798. That will
Oh, wow.
probably negate the movement to 13 to 14 bucks if that confirms. Let's check the monthly chart. Unfortunately, we can't check the American Airlines Bitcoin pairing.
That's again.
Let's get a Bloomberg account. A Bloomberg terminal account's like 40 grand a month. No, some shit like
You can do that on there?
I don't think so.
Anyone can do it as long as
No,
you
I mean
pay
you
a
can.
fucking up the ass.
I mean
Oh yeah,
you can chart.
Oh yeah. Oh, you can chart anything you can possibly imagine. Anything. That's
That's
why they
pretty
charge
awesome.
40 grand a month. Yeah. I'm
40
surprised we
grand a
don't have
month.
it
I
with
thought
all
it was
these
a year.
indicators.
I
No,
thought it was a
no,
yearly payment.
no, I think it's pretty crazy. You might be right though, but 40 grand is still fucking crazy.
Oh, it's a
for
lot.
just charting.
It's a lot. You get charts and you get like 5-second quicker
News.
news. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think so. For the Bloomberg terminal, I'm gonna look into this.
I think
right
it's
now.
I
I'm
think
sorry,
it's
go
around
on.
like 10 to 15 seconds quicker.
Yeah.
On the
Let me
6-month right now, you have momentum pointed towards the downside. It's within the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're below 1095. That's looking quite bad. And once you start to break these lows, the 825, that's the COVID low. Once you break that, this thing is fucked. Absolutely fucked. It's like so totally fucked.
It's fucked. Oh, that's funny.
It's crazy how this beautiful United States setup just failed. And quarterly momentum is also pointed down as long as you're below $12. Come on. Monthly is freshly turning down off of this lower high, and it's going to be rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed down below $16.10. Good Lord, that's a high pivot. 2-week is also pointed down below $16.01. These pivots are so high. Weekly is now the only one that's starting to turn back up, and it will remain to the upside above $9.07. 5-day as well as flip to the upside, and it will remain up as long as you're above $9.39. Come on. 2-day as well as flip to the upside from the critical zone, and it will remain up with contracting volatility as long as you're below 8.89. And daily is flipped up, just about to break out of the bearish control zone as long as you're above 9, and it will remain up as long as you're above 998, which closes in about 4 hours, so it's close to flipping down. 4 hours now freshly flipped to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it will be pointed up above 983, which that's also currently, it's currently flipped up, but we're below that number. So get some bias where we're probably going to close. The 2 hours also currently flipped up, and we're going to be flipped up above 944. So on the high time frames, American Airlines looks like pure and utter caca. It looks terrible. The 6-month is now pointing to the downside above below $11. We're testing the COVID lows. The quarterly is pointed down as long as you're below $12. The monthly is currently pointed down as long as you're below $16.09. The 2-week is pointed down as long as you're below $16. These pivots are so high. The only one that's currently flipped up is the weekly and below, which is telling you you're probably going to, and you're getting contracting volatility, you're probably going to test somewhere around that previous lower high of around $11.23, which if you can close a daily over that 11.23 area, you're going to invalidate some bearish divergences, which likely takes you up into somewhere around $13.50 to $14. Still highly likely rejects that area because your momentum is down as long as you're below $16. And then from there, you're probably going to dump somewhere around $8 first, and then probably in the 7s. The invalidation for that move up is right now closing below about $8.25. If you get that happen, then you're probably going to dump into the 7s right away. Right now, what's more likely is the bounce towards 11 based off of the momentum with both time frames flipping up. I think you're muted.
Look, yes, I am. Thank you so much for noticing that I'm retarded. You'll love this. A little bias fitting for you, sir. You ready? This line, this breakdown line, it's the bearish retest right here. Guess the price. $14.50.
Beautiful. Muy hermosa. Or hermoso.
Hermoso. And then it continues to go fucking down. Just like any girl in high school that didn't get love from her parents. All right. Well, let's get started. I already told Alex, but next is Solamis and Tesla. Tesla.
Nice. I shall take Solana.
All right, I'll do
You'll
Tesla.
take Solamis. Okay. Wow, this is terrible. Dude, during fucking 2008, this shit got to $1.
Oh, nice. How lovely.
$1.43.
So maybe it's not so crazy. It goes to like, it's $3. Bucks.
Yeah, no, not at all. $4 is my next target because it's this pivot.
Mine is 80 cents. Oh no,
Oh.
mine. I'm thinking the wrong thing. I'm thinking an extra $0 off. $8 and $8-ish. I didn't mean 80 cents. $8.
You just gave a boomer a heart attack, fine. Jesus.
$8.
This is bad news for boomers here. This
Never
is
say never,
2008. This trend line, right? 2008, 2009, pure recession. 2011, global recession without the US. This is COVID. And yeah, and we broke that trend line down. The bottom of the bottom of the bottom, we broke it down. Are they going to go out of business?
right? Like even your pink
Hmm.
line there, we lost it. We rallied up onto the left side around 08, I think.
What's more
Rallied up,
likely is
lost
a
it.
bailout is coming.
You're top of the pink line. Then we rejected it, kind of where we're at now, actually. And then we dumped. So,
Oh, yeah. You're
Eesh.
right.
Eesh.
At the 1097. You're
And that
absolutely
led
right.
to like a 90% dump from this point. So that's not good at all.
Oof. Oof. Well, invest in airlines, they said. I don't know why, into who, but all right, here we go. Estamos viendo American Airlines en la trimestral. Vamos a empezar y lo vamos a hacer esto un poco rápido. Un segundo, voy a rascarme la oreja. No sé por qué tengo que parar cuando me rasco la oreja, pero ahí lo tienen. Habíamos visto un alto histórico. American Airlines lanzó al mercado en julio del 2005, una aventura muy divertida y desde entonces llegó un máximo histórico en 63,27 centavos. Desde entonces, eso lo hizo en el 2006, tuvimos que la recesión del 2008, tuvimos la recesión mundial del 2011-12, tuvimos, y esta para la gente que se pregunta, en Europa, en Arabia Saudita, en Líbano, en, ¿cómo se llama? Dubái, todo eso, los mercados fueron mega castigados acá, no me acuerdo exactamente por qué fue. Luego, 2020, ¿alguien se acuerda lo que pasó en el 2020? Bien, es lo que llevamos en esta tendencia alcista. Y ahora, 2022 también la pudimos aguantar, pero ahora ya no, la rompimos. Esta línea está aquí arriba, en los $15, casi, casi. ¿Pueden entender lo bajista que es esto? No nada más eso. Tienes máximos más bajos y desde entonces, bueno, ¿qué te digo, no? Máximos más bajos, cruce plateado a la baja en la trimestral, cabrón. Eso quiere decir que la 9, el 12.97, debería de ser una gran oportunidad para hacerle corto a American Airlines en cualquiera de estas situaciones. ¿Y lo ha sido? Sí, sí, sí y sí, si hubieras aguantado todos los golpes. Continuamos siendo mínimos más bajos, es lo único que le falta. Literalmente un nuevo mínimo local por debajo de 8, ¿cuál es esta vela? ¿Qué es lo más bajo? 8.25, por debajo de 8.25 vas a ir a los $4. $4. Ya de por sí rompiste estos mínimos, estos máximos, este pivote que literalmente fue del 2008 hasta el 2012, todo esto que fue resistencia ya lo rompiste a la baja. Ya después se volvió soporte, lo puedes ver acá. Esta línea la voy a cambiar de color, en un segundo. Para que la puedan ver. Y esta. Para que la puedan ver. Y esta. Para que la puedan ver. Ok. Tan. Perfecto. Cruce plateado, todo esto. Déjame pongo la de 6 meses, que creo que la de 6 meses también tiene un cruce plateado a la baja. No, todavía no popula el 55. Pero si populara, te apuesto a que lo tendrías. En la de 3 meses ya lo tienes. Es el cruce plateado más grande. De los más grandes que puedes ver. Así que 3 meses, ahí lo tienes, damas y caballeros. Golpe a la baja, golpe a la baja. Ahora, mucha gente va a decir, las aerolíneas, eso es un pensamiento completamente estúpido, que las aerolíneas les va mejor cuando el petróleo baja. No es cierto. A menos de que el petróleo esté bajando en un boom económico, eso no tiene sentido alguno. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Porque el petróleo baja por la falta de productividad mundial. Yo sé que les está medio los aranceles y la verga. Ok, pero para la gente que podemos pensar un poco más allá de lo que todo el mundo es un experto en y que ya todo el mundo entiende y domina después de nunca haber estado en política, finanzas, económicas, nada, ¿ok? Déjenme les digo las malas noticias. El petróleo estando tan bajo, con todos los cortos de producción, etcétera, más allá, estás viendo viaje aéreo en mínimos de no sé cuántos años. Eso te dice que no hay dinero, que hay poca productividad y poca actividad económica, ¿ok? Lo primero que se lleva al culo el mundo son las aerolíneas. En el 2008 fue de las cosas que tuvimos que rescatar. En el 2020 de las primeras cosas que tuvimos que rescatar. Siempre están al borde de la bancarrota. Y ahora ver esta tabla que ha tenido y aguantado el fondo del 2008, el fondo del 2011, el fondo del 2020, el fondo del 2022, y ahora está rompiendo toda esta línea de tendencia a la baja desde acá. ¿Alguien me puede decir cómo a las aerolíneas les va a ir mejor porque van a creer que sus márgenes son mejores en una recesión? De nuevo, si el petróleo abajo, perfecto, si tienes un chingo de gente que está volando. Pero ¿qué pasa si todo baja y además vas a tener que bajar tus boletos, el costo de tus boletos, y además vas a tener que ¿cómo se llama? Que ver muchos menos pasajeros. Más para abajo, carnal. Para abajo, para abajo, para abajo, para abajo, como esta línea de tendencia por acá, para abajo. Y esa la sigue ahí, el promedio del 21. Ahí vas, para abajo, para abajo, para abajo. ¿Ok? ¿Qué podemos ver para rescatar en American Airlines? Ahí les va, voy a ponerlos en la semanal, los voy a traer para acá. Lo que nosotros estamos pensando en American Airlines ahorita es, mientras lograste un alto más alto de todos estos, tal vez no que pero estás por aquí buscándolo, también creaste un nuevo mínimo. Ahora, ¿qué seguiría? ¿Un alto más bajo después del nuevo mínimo? No, es lo sencillo. ¿Qué sigue después de un alto? Después de un alto, un bajo. Tienes ya el bajo que sigue un alto. Y como son altos más bajos, probablemente vayas a encontrar el retesteo bajista en esta línea, que también coincide con los objetivos de Farhan por ahí de los 14.50. Y una vez que te encuentres con esa línea, vas probablemente a romper los 8.30 y vas a la zona de los 4.3. Y ahora, para la gente que diga, es imposible que esta cosa se vuelva más barata y vaya a los 4.3, permítanme recordarles que el mínimo en el 2008 fue $1.50. $1.50. ¿Ok? Y una vez más, toma de liquidez, no te dejó ni siquiera pasar de este punto de los 11.4. ¿Qué esperar? Lo primero que debes de retomar es este nivel en los 11.10. Si no puedes retomar los 11.10, bajista. Pero yo creo, y los que nosotros pensamos es, vas a tomar los 11.10, te va a llevar a bunches de EMAs, te va a dejar con el SMA 200 o antes, va a rechazar, vas a crear tu nuevo alto más bajo, déjenme, lo pongo acá, vas a crear tu alto más bajo y vas a ir a crear un bajo más bajo. Si por alguna razón alguien cree que esto es por aranceles, tíos, simplemente es la baja en viajes, ¿ok? Y si hay baja en viajes, que eso quiere decir que la gente no se quiere subir, ¿qué tienes que hacer? Cortar tus precios, ofreces mejores deals. Cuando cortas tus precios, ¿qué reduces? Tus márgenes. Cuando reduces tus márgenes, ¿qué pasa? Haces menos dinero. Cuando haces menos dinero, ¿qué pasa? Reportas mal. Cuando reportas mal, ¿qué pasa? Tu acción cae. Y si llega a caer a cierto punto, como siempre lo hacen las aerolíneas, ¿qué pasa? Nosotros, la gente que paga impuestos en Estados Unidos, vamos a tener que pagar una vez más por rescatar a las aerolíneas y para que les paguen a los políticos. Listo. Ahí lo tienen American Airlines. Con un rebote posible, cualquier idea de rebote sería invalidada simplemente con un cierre abajo de 8.54. El rebote nos debería llevar a la zona de 14.50, $15, que es donde vamos a hacer el retesteo bajista. Usa tu SMA 200 semanal como referencia. Ahí es donde deberías de encontrar ese retesteo, esa zona para el retesteo bajista y de ahí para abajo. Ok, all righty. What are we doing next? Tesla?
Yeah.
All righty.
Yeah, we're doing Tesla now. In Tesla, let me make sure my phone is on Do Not Disturb. Tesla, nice. Yeah. Jeez. If you know, you know. So anyways, Tesla is not looking good to me at all. We're seeing a lot of stocks looking absolutely shit right now while Bitcoin's still going up. I mean, this is Apple. It's looking absolutely terrible. Not look at Netflix. Tesla is looking just terrible. And then lastly, NVIDIA is looking god-awful. So I really have to wonder, is it just fitting my bias that Bitcoin today is probably going to turn red? Who knows? We'll see. But right now, Tesla's looking absolutely terrible. We had a reclaim of the daily 9, but you'd be looking at that as, okay, that's awesome, but we just need to get above the 21. Because what you notice is for the past few days, we've just been reclaiming the 9, rejecting the 21, and then overall falling. And so now what we see is we harshly rejected the 9 today. This candle is pretty ugly. I mean, visually, you kind of see it has nothing but air now. And to me, that's how I look at these. So, you know, all the major moving averages are now rejecting us. We understand in this zone, there truly is nothing but air. Last time we were here, we put in a major red dildo, 15% down. That took us exactly to the next zone at 216. Technically, that's the next zone for me, is that 217, 216 on Tesla. As long as we are under now, in my opinion, $263. And that's not good, though. You know, this to me is still looking like a lower high. We did talk on this green dildo that the 34 is basically where we formed our lower highs. Now I can draw a, you know, a LARP line here and show that. So, I mean, yes, this move was awesome. It was expected. We did expect some kind of bounce at this point. But again, with volatility, it doesn't really change anything. We have to change trend. And then that's when volatility becomes fun. But when you get like a 22% green dildo and it still doesn't reclaim the EMA 34 and then also can't hold above 262, yeah, I'm just looking at that as weak. And that's what it's been so far. Weak. So Tesla on the daily is looking quite bad. Let's see if the HPDR is showing where that 38.2% is. Okay, cool. So you see the 38.2% is, we are above it. Ideally, now the hopium is that this will act as like a back test. But what you'll quickly see is if we start losing the zone, yeah, I mean, the median's at 235. The bottom here is at 226. Just plays into, you can get a pretty big move down from here. Even just going to the median, that's like a 4% move. Pretty big for a stock. Very bearish on Tesla. Kind of wonder if I gave an Academy short on this today. If not, I did NVIDIA strategy coin. I guess I probably missed Tesla. Very disappointing to me because what you notice is today you rallied up, rejected the 9. Very easy. You could have just had your stop here. Already would have been green on the short. You could just do a break even at that point. You probably, if you go to on today's high, you know, probably going to break out. So
today's high is also the weekly 100 EMA. What
so
the
yeah.
fuck?
Did you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, can you hear me?
No, I could. I just had to tell my sister to be quiet.
Okay.
Anyways, so you know, it's not really good. You were saying the EMA what, 100?
Yeah, the weekly EMA 100 is the top of like basically rejected us today, and that's what he's bringing us down, and we're about to lose the SMA 200 on the weekly.
Damn. Yeah, see, that was obvious. Yeah, see, it's like you had that EMA 100. We know it's a big zone. You have the meme line. You know, you have steady rejections of the weekly 9, pretty clean. And you also have right here bearish price action. Like each of these wicks aren't taking out the last one. It's not good to me. Generally, you see that in downtrends. So yeah, Tesla's not looking good, unfortunately. You know, overall, this week's going to be important because you do bring up a good point. If you start losing that SMA 200 on the weekly, generally it's just not a good sign on any stock. Let's see the correlation to that on Tesla. So you lost it here, you retested it. At that point, you did end up going down 21%. Okay, cool. You lost it here, never retested it, grinded out a bottom at that EMA 100. Again, just why the EMA 100 is very important on the weekly. Caught our bottom here. Now it flipped is never a good sign. Okay, cool. You lost the SMA 200, retested it. I think I already did this one. No, this was 36% down. Not good. Here, okay, I'll take it from there. You did end up going down 8% from that point, but then slow grinded up once that weekly 9 was reclaimed. Again, significant because we're rejecting the weekly 9. And then lastly, I'll do this one. Lost the weekly SMA 200, went down 34%. So what are you seeing from all these? Well, it seems like really Tesla's moves happen down. The really aggressive down moves happen once that weekly SMA 200's lost. You see here, you lost it, retested, rejected, went down 34%. And then here you went down 21%. So, and that was it. So those are all the occurrences other than this one, of course. You know, actually, this will be the last one. So but still 7. So it's like 7% minimum to like 25% once you lose that weekly SMA 200. So again, just tying into what I'm saying, which is, yeah, Tesla's really not looking the best to me. As a bear, you'd be expecting this to reject us and basically start to engulf this green candle. In the sense that the body you'd engulf, you'd want this to just kind of mute this, go back under the EMA 200, make its way to 216, and at that point, you'd have to really question if 216 is going to hold. I don't think it will, and I think actually you'd get a move down to like 198 to 185. Let's check the monthly now. Oh, look at that. So yeah, the monthly EMA 100, it's very simple now. It's like you lose that monthly 34, which right now we're dancing around it. Not a good sign. Specifically, if the weekly SMA 200 gets lost, that could be your front runnable event. You start losing this 34, you will get a move to the 100, right? You lose the 34, you get a move to the 100. It's very easy. You lose the 34, you get a move to the 100. So each time that has occurred, this month you lose this, May could be a really terrible month for Tesla then, if this 34 gets lost, because what you would expect is then to reject either the 21 or the 34 into May, and then at that point make its way down to the 100, which is a 29% move, which lines up nicely with that weekly SMA 200 move that we just so beautifully played out and showed. So interesting, right? Tesla isn't a weekly downtrend, similar to everything else. We can't disregard that with volatility. Until this trend actually shifts, you need to be on short watch. Yes, you're going to get easily bear market rallies. We can't say Tesla's in a bear market now because we are under the monthly 9. Remember my bear market criteria. You're under the monthly 9, the weekly SMA 200, you're losing that, which you're flirting with it. So, okay, there's a point. But then also the weekly EMA 100 has to be above. And then lastly, you need that daily EMA 100 to hold us. If you have all those 3 things, you're in a bull market. If you have all those 3 things to the opposite end, well, you're in a bear market. So Tesla isn't a bear market to me. It's not really looking good. And this daily to me could get quite ugly, which actually lines up perfectly with my bias that Bitcoin's daily is probably going to turn ugly. But I need stocks to really roll over and give us that. Now, since we're looking at a stock, I'll look at ES1 again, because why not? Yeah, it's just hanging onto the cliff again. So, yeah, that's all I have on Tesla. Let me just see here. Maybe we have some crosses. I haven't been looking at that. Now we have the 9 crossing the 21. It's just gearing up for a weekly silver cross. Check the 2-week here. 9 and 21 is about to cross. It's interesting. Yeah, okay. What about the daily then? Boom. So it's a weak silver cross on the daily, but it still has it. Weak because we're just like flirting a lot with that 55 and 21. 2-day still has it. You can see here still under the 9. So again, just kind of tying into that 263 resistance. Or no, my apologies. I need to really change that EMA 200 color. I've done that before. It's the 9 and the EMA 200 is the same color. Yeah, it's a little tricky for me. There we go. Okay, now the 2-day silver cross is rejecting us down, and that's been rejecting us for 2, 4, 6 days now since we lost it here. 2-day isn't a silver cross, so you would be gauging that. Move up would mean that, yeah, we're taking out possibly that lower high structure. So really, as a Tesla bear, you'd be gauging this zone, and a short up to 262 is the opportunity zone. Yeah, that's basically it. 3-day maybe? Yeah, 3-day is a fresh silver cross. Actually freshly rejecting that 3-day 9 now. So just tying into the idea that, yeah, Tesla has a lot of, it's looking heavy to me. And there's a lot of things that are pointing to this looking bad. Even into the quarterly, we've lost the 9. Yes, I know we've already dumped from that point, but you easily could fill this out. And that's why it actually is nice to see this quarterly, because if we end up going to 216, I'm not going to be really confident that's going to hold, honestly, because if this ends up going all the way back down, filling this wick, I'm not really going to think that the 21 is going to hold us again, just like it did. You have to then start looking at what? The quarterly 34, which lines up really nicely with what? The monthly EMA 100. So to me, it's like more just a matter of when. Tesla seems like it's going to go to 175. could make for a good buying opportunity. It was here when we ended up going from 415 all the way down to the monthly EMA 100. That caught our bottom. And then here, right, you just could have sold and then did the same exact trade, 50% down. That caught our bottom. So it's either like the third time is going to be not the charm and we're going to break down, or, right, it's just going to be solidifying that, yeah, this trend is going to keep holding. And that monthly EMA 100 probably is a bottom for Tesla, probably means Bitcoin's making that last leg down, and maybe ES1 is finding its footing around 4,900 to 4,700. Yeah. So overall, Tesla's not good. I'll say this though. You can be bullish on Tesla if we get any daily closures back above 300. You'd then be easily targeting back around. Let me just quickly just do that. You'd be easily conservatively targeting back around 325. Reclaim that, you get to move up to 378. Until then, though, you're now gauging this move back. And what happened on April 9th is the next lower high. So any area around here can be shorted with a stop there. If you start taking out, call it 275, probably going to squeeze up back closer to that 300 mark. Until then, you're on short watch. You're waiting for essentially 175 to be hit. It's going to be slow. It's going to be daunting, but overall, we will make it there. And that's just based on how the quarterly closed, the monthly, all the higher time frames are telling me Tesla's cooked. But most importantly, the trend. And the trend is still down. It's very obviously down. And bears are in control. When you move up over 20% on a day and it stops here, I have to look at that as, yeah, bears know exactly what they're doing, and they're fully in control on this chart. So 175 is where I'll start possibly nibbling on the investment portfolio on Tesla. But until then, you can just even hedge if you're an investor on Tesla. This has been pretty basic hedge shorting, in my opinion. You lose a level, should reject it, down, right? Lose a level, should reject it, down. So yeah, we'll see. That's all I have on Tesla, though. So bullish above 300, very bearish under 263.
There it is. Sorry. Let me make sure that people can see it here on our website. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. That was awesome. And Tesla's gonna go to fucking shit. Yes. And after this, Farhan's doing salamis and then Rivian, sir, for you.
Oh, very cool.
Thank you. Thank you. Ok. Vamos a empezar con Tesla. Estamos viendo la semanal. Lo primero que quiero que noten, déjenme quito todos mis EMAs y mamada y media. Uno, esta es nuestra tendencia alcista del 20 de marzo, que literalmente nos ha llevado a este super pompazo, creando bajos más altos en cada ocasión, y solamente le hemos tocado 1, 2, 3 veces. ¿Cuáles son las 3 veces? 2020, 2022, el fondo del mercado del 2022 bajista, abril del 2024, no me acuerdo qué chingados, ok, fue un fondo local, y desde entonces no lo hemos tocado. Mientras más tocas algo después de 4 veces, te da una posibilidad de 60% de ruptura a la baja. Importante saber eso y tenerlo en mente, ¿ok? Ahora, con eso dicho, a largo plazo esto es alcista, vamos creando altos, altos más altos, altos, no, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Ahora, podrías continuar esta tendencia alcista cargándote estos bajos, pero bueno, en teoría podrías cargarte todos menos en $25, que suena un poco imposible, pero yo me atrevería a decir de los $102 es donde va a estar la línea roja. ¿Por qué? Esto, si llegara a ser lo que creemos, ¿no? Va a ser algo así, 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 y al llevarse este bajo, todo el mundo se va a volver loco. Van a decirle a Elon Musk que tiene que renunciar, etcétera, y va a encontrar un fondillo por ahí del 121.77 y para arriba. Sería una movida espectacular y estoy listo para ella, ¿ok? Ahora vamos a adentrarnos un poco al análisis de Tesla. Y es bastante sencillo. Cuando pongo mis promedios pueden ver rápidamente varias cosas. Y yo que chequé si estaba a punto de pintar o no, cabrón. Venimos del tope, ¿no? Justamente casi los $500, que fueron 4.90. Sí, 4.90 por acá. A donde estamos ahorita estás hablando de un 50% para abajo, a lo que hemos tocado hasta abajo un 56%. La cosa es, perdemos nuestro promedio del 9 acá. Perdemos nuestro promedio del 21 acá. Retesteamos el 21 acá. Caemos, perdemos nuestro promedio del 34 acá. Todavía no lo retesteamos. ¿Lo pueden notar? No lo hemos retesteado desde que caímos. El 55 lo rompimos a la baja, instantáneamente retesteado 2 veces. Pero todavía no hemos retesteado el 34, que es importante. ¿Por qué? Porque para ser alcista en Tesla, tienes que llegar a este punto. Y este punto, antes de continuar esto, está en los $300, 2.99. De no poder romper los 2.99, no estás en territorio alcista, simplemente estás en un territorio a hacer un alto más bajo. Y ese alto más bajo cumpliría también con el retesteo del 9, del 21, el 34, que lo haría por primera vez, y simplemente continuar esa movida. ¿Por qué lo decimos y por qué somos tan bajistas? Porque cuando volteamos a ver, déjenme poner la trimestral para empezar, porque en la trimestral no creo que lo hayamos visto. Sí, en la trimestral estamos abajo del promedio del 9. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 258. Estando abajo del promedio del 9 solamente en la mensual ya lo consideramos bajista. Esto es súper bajista. Y también importante ver dónde está nuestro promedio del 34 en la trimestral. Vamos rápido a la mensual. Mensual, nos está rechazando el 9. Estamos a punto de perder el 34 y nos detuvo el 55. Eso pasó en los $222. Pueden ver lo bajista que está este pedo y lo rápido, ¿no? Y los retesteos. Oportunidades generacionales, estos retesteos de temporalidades altas. Nuestro siguiente promedio, el 100, viene justamente con la línea meme en diagonal para arriba. Así que atención, porque hemos tocado el 100 antes. Varias veces, en realidad, vean, hasta por debajo del 100. Así que cuando esperamos este tipo de movimientos, poner atención a dónde está el promedio del 100, que está en $174, es muy importante. Perdón. Y los voy a llevar simplemente a la semanal. En la semanal, la prueba de todo esto está acá. Este es mi promedio del 100 y está en los 261. ¿Ok? Este es mi SMA 200. Está en 250. Por debajo del SMA 200, bajistas. Por encima del promedio del 100 en 260, tenemos que ir a buscar romper esta línea meme en los 269, que coincide también a donde está bajando el 9, apoyarse en el 9 e ir a buscar esta zona de los 299 para hacer este retesteo. Y ahora, este va a ser el retesteo bajista, podría ser, o podría simplemente ni siquiera llegar, dártelo acá, pum, pum, y para abajo. No hay nada que diga que forzosamente tenemos que ir a probar los 299 ni el promedio del 34. Una vez más, alcistas fuerte, arriba de 299. Para poder ver un movimiento arriba, por ahora alcista, lo primero que tienes que hacer es recuperar tu promedio SMA 200 en 250 y después los 260, que es donde tu 100 está. De ahí para arriba, poco a poco. Por ahora, estar por debajo de 249, justo acá se ve terminado. Y si lo ponemos así, también puedes ver que nos está rechazando nuestro promedio del 9 en la diaria. Ese rechazo, el promedio del 9, y ayer nos rechazó el 21, es lo que nos está llevando aquí. Y esto, damas y caballeros, es simplemente el primer aviso antes de continuar a la baja, si es que no podemos recuperar estos niveles importantes acá. 250 para tomar de Tesla el día de hoy. Si somos alcistas y queremos ver más, primero, después 260, después 275, después 300, si somos alcistas. Por ahora somos bajistas, simplemente estar por abajo de 250 es suficiente para ser bajista y podrán ver cómo esta vela la va a llevar el chorizo si es que se queda así. Ahí lo tienen, Tesla. Vámonos con Rivian, damas y caballeros. Vámonos con Rivian, el Rivian.
Isn't it Solana next?
No, it's Solana.
Oh, yeah, Solana. I'm sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, everyone.
On Monday, so I'm
Jesus.
saying no excuses.
Did you guys see that
Fuck
gold
me.
hit 3,300?
I did, and that officially puts me in the wrong spot. I called the top, and I said I'm going to give myself 10%, and that 10% would be 3,300. Anything beyond that, I'm absolutely and terribly wrong.
Let's see if my 3,500 target will get hit.
I
What do you guys
mean,
talking
at this rate, it should.
I'm confused. Wait, what are you guys
Gold.
talking
We're
about?
talking about gold.
Oh, gold. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah. Actually, what is gold doing today? Is it going up?
33.30.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good for my
New
short.
high.
Okay, good. Yeah, we'll see a Bitcoin flip share today. So I'll see.
Currently on the quarterly on Solana, momentum is flipping down. It's getting below the moving average while volatility contracts. The last time that we had momentum freshly flipping down below the moving average was right over here in January of 2023. Ish actually was over here in April 2023. And the price went from $26 to about $12.80 in the same candle, which is a drop of 50%. I can't be 50%. Yeah, 50%. Wow, that's crazy. So if you were to take it 50% from whenever this candle closed, that would be roughly $130, which I believe we have hit already, and we've gone lower than there. Interesting. Let's go to the monthly. And also we're getting below the 38.2% on the quarterly. We're coming up to rejected, and we came to the median. We're in a little bit of a range between the 38.2% and the median. Once you start to lose the median, you're going to go to the bottom 38.2%, which is going to update. I don't really take this number very seriously. It's at $17.71.
Oh yeah, no, that'd be impossible. I mean, if our our higher high, right now, was up by like $40, we can't just come down and just like not touch it by $10. I think that sounds pretty accurate, actually.
Maybe. And right now that's a good point. Right now, the monthly as well, the momentum is getting below the moving average, but monthly is getting volatility expansion. You're right at that 38.2%. If you can manage to close over that 38.2%, that should give you another move into this cluster of EMAs right around 150 to like $160. And this would actually be a pretty nice opportunity to short. Because if you could take a short somewhere around the zone, your stop loss would be 12, lower leverage, I guess, 12% up if you're right. And I mean, if you're wrong and if you're right, you would get a move down of like 50%. That is quite good risk reward. That's like 4-to-1 odds in your favor. Pretty good. If you start to close over this wick high of $180, that's when you start to really put into a risk of going to new all-time highs, because then you'd have a move into this median, which right now is right around current all-time highs. And if you can get over this area, probably even just take over this current all-time highs, that's when we're probably full bull mode back on for some busting action. But as of right now, even if we do get over this area, very likely to reject this area here. Let's see, do we also have, what is the price here? $202.45. Yep, there's also bearish divergence on the monthly. Is it confirmed? This low is 125.55. 125. Yep, it is indeed confirmed. So that makes it a lot more likely that we're going to come down to that 80-ish dollar area. So we also flip to the downside with volatility expansion. And we've lost the 55 EMA. And as right now, despite this bottoming candle at the 100, we're still rejecting the 55 EMA, making it like if we do bounce, make the high somewhere around that 150s to 160s area, but more than likely, as long as we're below the 55, probably going to come down to like $100. Weekly is also flipped to the downside. We're just about to flip freshly back down below the moving average. Volatility is very close to starting to expand. The jewel, however, is on a neutral, has lost a sell signal. We want to see it continue close below this 100 to flip back into a sell. And we're very, very close to getting a fresh weekly silver across to the downside. Probably happens in this next 4 days and 8 hours. Once that confirms, probably going to get a nice little dump ski to this 200 at like 95 bucks. 5 days, very close to flipping up, right at the reset zone. It's currently above the moving average for volatility sitting at 0%. And we are currently giving a buy signal in the bearish control zone of the jewel. Let's mark a vertical align these jewel buy signals in the bearish control zone. This one's not as strong. We'll just mark it off. Right, that should be enough. Let's do one more. There we go. This one moved up 63%. And then this one was 25%. This one, 166%. It's quite large. This one, 78%. $802. Would be wild if we did 802 from here. That'd be like $1,000. 101%. And as of right now, 20%. If we were to take it to around 50 to 60, 150 to 160, right around that silver cross retest, roughly 30 to 40% back up. Have had those happen before, would be in line. Today is also flipped to the upside right now, with volatility still contracting, but close to moving back up. And we're getting a pretty awesome jewel signal right here with the pink is crossing above the yellow, the light blue is getting out of the bearish control zone. Does look like we're going to continue to bounce towards 150 to 160. Daily, however, is starting to flip down, getting out of the bullish control zone. Volatility is resetting, however, making it likely we do put in a higher low. And if we possible, it's already put the low is already put in on the retest of this 9 crossing level 21. It'll be confirmed and we can get a close of this 38.2 at $128.90. And then we likely see a move up from there to somewhere around 155, which lines up with this 100. And 4 hour it says lines up with the idea of the low being in. The momentum is freshly turning back up, getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility contracts. The jewel has not lost the sell signal, flipping to a neutral. Probably continue to see a move down if we go below the 5 into this 38.2%, right around 126.50, but likely bounces from there into 150. RSI. There is technically possible hidden bullish divergence on the monthly for Solana, but it would have to close over 180 bucks to confirm it, and that would take you up to $306.69. Sui currently has active mini drives of bearish divergence, as long as you're closing below $147.50. Then your next target would be the bearish control zone, which is at 78 bucks. You guys remember 80 at 55 EMA? Blues on the monthly, right? Yeah, it was monthly. No. 3-day currently, just like Bitcoin, has active bullish divergence in the bearish control zone. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $95.26. The next target is going to be the bullish control zone, which is at currently, well, actually the mid neutral zone because we're below there, and it is at 139, 140 bucks. Today also has 3 drives of bullish divergence, just like Bitcoin, as long as you're above $95.26. Next target is the neutral zone at about 135, and the bullish control zone is at about 169, a little bit higher than where I think it'll probably go. And it lines up with 150s to 160s, so. What else does things go than momentum? So BTC. Oh, interesting. Momentum is flipping down. Just the pivot. Monthly is flipped solidly to the downside. Oh, it's going to be useless for the pivots because of how many decimal points there are. But all you can see is it's solidly flipped down with volatility contracting, and you're losing this 55 EMA on the monthly. It's very likely to break down from here to retest these lows. 2 week is looking like you probably get a bounce because you're just about to get a silver crosses downside. Probably comes up to retest this 9 EMA and this 100 just about to cross to each other, and then rejects and retest this lows here. And you're pointed pretty heavily to the downside. Let's go to slow. Momentum is pointed heavily to the downside with volatility expansion from pretty low levels from about like 20%. And it is going to be pointed down as long as you're below $266.70. Not only that, but you have a high right here, a higher high, lower high, giving you monthly bearish divergence, just like Bitcoin. Very nice. And that would give you a target of that 55 EMA at around 80 bucks. 2 week is also pointed to the downside with bearish divergence and volatility expansion, and pointed down as long as you're below $181. Weekly, very, very close to giving you that silver cross. It is currently flipped up, and it will flip up as long as you're above $105.10. And that would line up with a bounce into retesting that silver cross. 5 days currently also flipped up above $108.50, which you already have the silver cross. Dude, it's also flipped up very close to breaking into the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up above $102.21. Come on. Daily is also flipped up with the derp of life and volatility expansion, and it will remain to the upside above $118.15. And 4 hours firstly turning up with a derp of life, and it will remain to the upside above $125. So now the high time frames in Solana are aligning to the downside, just like Bitcoin. The Bitcoin pairing looks pretty shit, looking like it's going to break down to the previous breakout low levels. The Tether pairing has bearish divergence on the monthly, just like Bitcoin has bearish divergence on the 2 week. You're pointed down as long as you're below like $267. On the low time frames, momentum is starting to flip up, saying you're likely going to come up to retest that 2 day silver cross somewhere around $150 to $160. Very likely rejects there, and based off the divergence target, probably going to go to somewhere around $80. Although I think you're probably going to end up finding your way somewhere a lot lower, and it lines up with the bearish divergences. Quarterly has a possible bearish divergence. It's not confirmed yet, but monthly is already confirmed. And monthly is the bearish divergence is coming from expansion volatility from like 20%, and you're coming only at 25%. So it can dump a lot. But probably bearish gets the bearish retest one now, just like Bitcoin is getting. And the invalidation of it being a bearish retest is getting a weekly close over 180 bucks, 181 to be safe. And that likely sends you back up to current relative highs. Although that's probably not going to happen. Probably going to reject 160 and probably going to go to 80. Get a big bounce at 80s and then probably lower.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much. We are doing after Alex, you're doing Rivian, and then Chipotle for you, Mr. Farhan.
Already.
Eric, cuando preguntas que qué ligas puedo explicar más detalladamente. ¿Me puedes decir de qué hablas? Por favor. Gracias. Aquí está en el chat. El buen Eric, perdón. Andamos viendo. Ok. Solamis, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo los solamis. Vamos a empezar, como siempre, en una buena visualización. 3 meses. Todo es un poco de lo mismo, igual que Bitcoin en cuanto a divergencias y todo eso se refiere a bajistas. Lo pueden ver acá. Justamente estamos retesteando nuestro promedio del 9. This is kind of significant, no? That we're right at the 9 right now on the 3-month chart, I'd say.
Yeah,
Because
that is
normally these are glorious buying opportunities one way or the other.
Interesting. So the
Mm.
4-hour on this last close just confirmed hidden bullish divergence on both Solana and Bitcoin.
Did it.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Interesting.
That's
Maybe
not very
able-
bias fitting for me.
That's I was that is not fitting right in your bias, Alex. But hey,
Did the 6
We'll
hour
make it
close
fit.
by? And doesn't daily
No.
have bear resistance on CME?
6-hour closes in about an hour and 7 minutes.
Do we have bearish divergence on CME daily? I thought we did.
Yeah, let me see where it went. Click on it. Click on it. Come on. Yeah, you went down to the 9 though, so the easy target has been hit.
Oh, okay. Well, we will see then. Like I texted
Yeah.
you all, the lower time frame trend did shift. That's kind of where I'm gauging this. That's why it just makes sense for the stop loss at yesterday's high. We're at a big decision point. Either shorts are bigly wrong, or we're probably going to squeeze up over 90,000 very soon, or we're probably going to roll over here soon, and this will be that. Markets too, in the stock market are showing that just simply based on where we're at, how Tesla is, Nvidia, ES1. Gold too is very interesting to see, because usually when that's going up, we have risk on going down. Now stocks are churning, but Bitcoin's not. ES1's still at 5,330, so it's just like on the cliff. It's interesting to see, though. It's really not easy trading today, but we'll see if the trend on the lower time frames.
What's really giving you the edge right here is, I think, now this is the way I see it. The peso, for example, being at 1955, right? 1995, which is below 20. This shows me weakness in the dollar, right? So if there's weakness in the dollar, we're seeing red numbers. This is probably going to bounce the opposite way if it doesn't do it today, tomorrow. Because it normally does that. We like when we're bearish, we want Bitcoin goes down when the dollar goes up. So when the peso starts going 20, 21 and getting better numbers, that's when Bitcoin normally does that.
I agree with you. I get your logic, because the peso's low. I'm like, damn, it's already at 19.95. But also the flip side on that is like Dixie's been dumping, and also Bitcoin's been dumping. So
but this is just like exactly what the peso's telling you. So peso's gaining strength versus the dollar, right? So relative strength here is low. So that this validates that. What's the other one you said? Euro
too is looking insane.
The euro should be getting stronger too versus the dollar. Yes, it is. So this is, by the way, this is going to be a distribution pump for everyone thinking, oh, the dollar is going to collapse. The euro is going to do better. The peso is going to do better. I've terrible news. Fucking absolutely the worst news for those people that think so, that this is going to go further up. This is going to turn around and go down faster than those high school girls that were not loved by their parents. Like that fast.
The best kind.
That's right. We love them. I especially love feminists. Feminist women, dude. I used to fucking hunt for those because they're so fucking dirty. Love you, feminist ladies. Yeah, you guys are the best.
Hygiene-wise and just how they are. Anyway.
The ones with the blue hair?
Well, now they have blue hair. Back in the day, they didn't. They would just sit down with you and tell you, I'm a strong, independent woman, and you should know that. I don't need no man. You're like, all right, I know where this is going to end. And then
she's got, yeah.
That's normally how it goes with the feminists. No, I'm not saying all feminists, just the hot ones, because it's
Yeah.
it's hard with the other ones. Anyways, we're saying that.
Anyways, back to the
So yeah,
trade. Yeah.
back to trading. So yeah, you see the weakness in the dollar. That is should be good for Bitcoin. We need to see this reverse. I'm sorry. This what you're seeing right now is telling me that Bitcoin's going to bounce because these things are getting lower. The lower they go, like, and by that I mean against the dollar, the more weakness in the dollar, the stronger Bitcoin should become. Because when, like I said, when the peso goes up, Bitcoin goes up.
No, didn't we have a scenario? And don't quote me, I don't know, but 2021, 2020, I feel like the dollar was going up. Bitcoin was going down. I remember on crypto Twitter, everyone was saying, well, when it does bounce, Bitcoin will bounce. And then when the dollar did bounce, it just nuked Bitcoin more.
I'm going to put you on screen real quick. So just so you know, that paradigm has shifted. And the reason why that's shifted is the same one that we had in 2020. Let me show you with this. 3 month, right? So normally, fuck me. So normally, this is the 10-year yield. This is 2018. And all the way to 2020, it dropped. It dropped like crazy. Like you can see it. Yeah. And this is the Federal Reserve, obviously, but this just started by itself, like to drop, right? Normally, when you have interest rate drops, the market goes up, right? Because that means more money is making it towards the market. Mm-hmm. Now, that change in 2020, where this dump made the market didn't really affect the market, and it kind of like went down with it. And then the pump, when interest rates go up, they should dump stocks, but they went up like a motherfucker. So now they're up. What you're about to witness is going to be a stock market and a different a bond market and a different dollar. This has nothing to do with the Fed anymore. When these rates go low this time around, it's because we're having, where's 2008? Because you're going to have a 2008 moment. That's what you're going to have. And 2008 really brought yields on a downtrend forever. That is what you're about to see. You're going to see a dump in those yields. Now, everyone thinks that's going to be because they're going to money print. But no, we're going to get a strong dollar. Normally, when you get bonds rallying up, ideally, you would get a strong dollar because that means you're charging a higher interest rate. The dollar is paying a higher interest rate to the people that are basically giving them the money, right? Because a bond is essentially you're giving a loan to the U.S. government. Yeah. And in an ideal world, and what we've seen lately is you get high interest rates, the currency should be strong. But the interest rates right now are pretty fucking high. Why is the DXY low? And this is what no one understands. The DXY is low right now because the DXY is recognizing we're going into a recession. It's recognizing what we're seeing with oil. And it's recognizing this trade right here. This trade right here with the bonds on the bond market is it's the end of the biggest wealth distribution that anyone has ever seen. This happening right here. Because this is all of the guys now getting their last shot at accumulating US debt at a rate that will never, like for decades, won't be there again. So basically Warren Buffett is in this trade right now. Warren Buffett bought all of this shit. 2023, the Hamas setup. Warren Buffett's been buying this shit. Every single time Ray Dalio comes out, which has been 3 times in the past 3 years, is here. October 2023, telling everyone, don't buy bonds. Don't buy bonds. Stay the fuck away from them. Then he came out again in 2024 in April. And then he came out again. And you can look this up. You can Google this. Ray Dalio's warning. That's all you need to know. And you'll see all the YouTubers. Ray Dalio's warning about. Okay. So now what they're doing is Warren Buffett is buying bonds right here. When this goes down, the value of his bonds go up. That means all of the money that he has extracted from the market through inflation, he's turned it into cash. Cash is not just money like he jumps into a pool and swims in the money. Money for Warren Buffett is bonds. That's what he's buying. So he's got $350 billion worth of this shit right here. So Warren Buffett would be wrong if interest rates continue to go up, which is what everyone is telling you right now on the news. Interest rates are going to continue to go up because we're going to go into a recession and inflation is going to be fucking crazy. But we are actually seeing disinflation, and then we're going to see deflation. So now you're going to get these rates to come down naturally. This is where Ray Dalio is going to make his fucking mega nut. Mega fucking nut. The dollar is going to go sky high. The dollar is going to break the 120s, like, or maybe just get to this point, to the 120. I think 114 is going to be taking out easy. And the reason, like, again, this is 2000, 2001, 2002. We need a strong dollar because this was a software technology dump on the dollar. Why? Because technology is deflationary, because you don't need a strong currency to export technology. Technology is pretty cheap. You guys know the margins on technology is fucking amazing. But when you're changing the paradigm to we need to produce, we need to like basically reshore the United States and produce everything here and invite those companies to come in, that creates a strong currency. You know how everyone on the news is telling you that it's the end of the dollar, and every fucking idiotic YouTuber that everyone or anyone follows is telling you that this is the end of the US dollar, and that gold and China are on one side and the winning side, and that's that. Guess what's going to happen? Strong dollar, fuck gold, US to the top, everyone else fucking dies out of inflation. And then they're going to have to come. We're going to have to save them through liquidity prints, just like we did in 2020. That's why this is different. And it's not different from all in the past. It's just a paradigm shift going back to what used to mean a strong dollar with a low interest yield. And the reason why it's a strong dollar with a low interest yield is because the US economy will be so strong and all of the other countries will be so fucked that people will want to be in the dollar even though it pays less. Changing the paradigm.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Because that's where I was lost. Why would no, that makes sense though. Yeah. I appreciate you explaining that, because I can see that now. And that is why what we're seeing even on the Dixie is confirming that even disinflation, what we're seeing now is kind of confirming what you've been saying. And now gold is even confirming. So it is interesting because very slowly, but you've been talking about this for months. I mean, we are seeing the cracks of that actually develop now. So I do understand that. You
and this will be the surprise to everyone and what no one understands. A strong DXY, very strong DXY, and low yields are possible when the United States has a strong manufacturing and growing economy, when investment is coming from outside of the world. Because all of that investment, like Nvidia putting $100 billion into the US, Apple starting to think about what they're going to do in the US and open factories, everyone bringing their factories to the US right now, that means that those people have to buy dollars. That means that they don't need to be, they're going to change all of their currencies and invest in here. That means there's going to be more need for that delicious dollar that's going to be strong. And that means I have to pay you less for you to hold it, because the United States production renaissance should be here. If indeed this is all unfolding the way that we see it and everything hits, that's what we're seeing. And a couple of friends of mine asked me at the beginning of the Trump thing, when Trump started his term, they were like, do you think Trump's going to do what he says? And I said, it's rather simple to know. And this is what I started with. And now that I'm talking to those people, they've lost their mind. The only thing you need to know, if Trump is going to do what he's saying that he's doing, is we should go into a fucking deep ass recession. They should announce the recession, and it's going to be clear. And also yields will come down. A dollar will go strong. If that happens, they're doing what I'm saying. If that doesn't happen, I'm completely wrong. And every single fucking YouTuber out there that's saying that this is the end of the dollar is right. So we'll see.
We'll see.
I'm sorry. Hey, by the way, this is Solana, everyone. No. Sorry.
The United States set up
The United States motherfucking setup right here on Salamis. Oh, yeah. What a pattern. My God. Unbelievable. But the breakout zone is really 174. If you can get above 174 on this, this is where the target gets crazy. $339. And I think that's doable once we do. All righty. Here we go. Ahí les va. Solamis, rápidamente, 3 meses. Estamos justamente en el promedio del 9. Atención, porque estas normalmente son oportunidades gigantescas. Sí cerramos aquí abajo, pero vean acá, cuando lo tocó, el pompazo que dio. Acá puede ser un super short o un super long, pero estás justamente en el promedio del 9. Déjame saco el 5, a ver dónde está exactamente, en 137. Y ahí puede que sea un long hasta 137, te aguante y de ahí caiga. Vamos a ver. Pero antes de eso, vamos simplemente a analizar. Volatilidad viene completamente en extremos, pero está cayendo al punto más bajo de toda su historia en esta tabla trimestral. Vámonos a la mensual y podemos abrir ya bien las cosas por acá. Obviamente está en una postura alcista, pero en la mensual bajista. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos por debajo del 9, estamos por debajo del 21 y hemos simplemente venido a retestar el 21 para seguir rangueando justamente acá. Esto nos pone ya justamente como Bitcoin en una postura mensual bajista, además de que estás creando nuevos mínimos comparados con todos los de esta estructura y eso te está llevando para abajo. Volatilidad nos está diciendo algo por acá, está calentando, porque la volatilidad está por encima del promedio y estamos ante esta vela. Ahora, todavía no nos dice que es completamente positivo, esto podría ser negativo. Tenemos que ver el movimiento darse y la volatilidad expandir al mismo tiempo fuertemente hacia la alza para poder ver eso. Eso es en la mensual acá en Solamis. Queremos ser muy alcistas en Solana. Definitivamente lo primero que tenemos que pasar es esta zona, esta línea meme en los 137, 138. Y de ahí vas a tener una fuerte posibilidad de ir a buscar los 157. Pero hasta que no puedas cerrar por encima de los 137, 138, eso es un sueño guajiro todavía. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. No, esa es la de 2 meses, perdón, soy un gran pendejo. 2 semanas. Aunque la de 2 meses es interesante, tiene el promedio del 9 en los 134, 132.47. Ok, 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos debilidad en la tabla. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 bajando por debajo del 21. Y ahora tenemos todos estos rechazos del 55 junto con esta vela topera. Esta vela topera es confirmada con cierres por debajo de 2 semanas en 121.56. Ahora, todavía faltan 11, 17 horas para cerrar esto, pero pueden ver el gran rechazo que nos dio el promedio del 55 una vez más y ahora caímos. ¿Lo iremos a retestear? Esa es la pregunta del siglo. ¿O vamos a continuar la caída? Vamos a poner el HPDR para darnos una idea. Podemos ver que estamos bastante abajo, lo que nos dice que muy probablemente o lo más probable es que se dé el movimiento para arriba. Ahora, pueden notar que 157 es donde está justamente nuestro promedio del 9, que es donde está esta línea meme, y es lo que yo esperaría, mínimo un rebote al 61.8%, a menos de que esto esté completamente cagado y nos vayamos al piso. ¿Cómo sabemos? Cierres debajo de 114, 113, te van a empezar a avisar eso. Semanal, volatilidad está contrayendo, ya no tenemos nada en eso. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 200 empezando a popular justamente en la zona de los $95 y ahora estamos teniendo estos rechazos de nuestro promedio del 100. ¿Qué es lo que queremos hacer para poder retomar eso? 131, 132. Una vez tomado ese nivel, vas a poderte dar una vuelta a los 137. Una vez ya en el 137, que también tenemos aquí nuestro 9, y lo podemos pasar, tu primera zona de interés van a ser los 152, que es la parte baja de la zona azul. Y de no ser rechazado, deberías de poder mínimo llegar a los 156. Ahí ya veremos. Si puedes cerrar por encima, etcétera, estás hablando de ir a los 170. Pero antes de eso, no. Ahora, diaria. Diaria, estamos en la parte alta de la zona azul, estamos cayendo a la zona azul. El no caer y estar por encima de los 128 nos deberían de dar un buen impulso mínimo a los 137, 138 y hasta los 143. Ahora, se pone loca la cosa, 154 está en la mesa. Perdiendo los 128, podemos empezar a ver que tenemos nuestra media en 118 y la parte baja de la zona azul en 112. Pero para simplificar todo este desmadre, bastante sencillo, honestamente. Bajista, simplemente pierde tu promedio el 9 y el 21 en la diaria. Alcista, den este cierre por encima del 34 y luego ten otro seguido, porque has visto, sí, no, sí, no, sí, y está jugando en esta puta línea, estos juegos sucios. Entonces, bajo, si somos bajistas, queremos llevarnos los 120, 24.69 para abajo en Solana. Somos alcistas, queremos definitivamente poder romper los 138 para arriba. Ahí lo tienen, bastante sencillo, Solamis. And now we have, what is it, Rivian?
Yeah, yeah, Rivian. Let's go do that. I haven't seen Rivian in a while.
There you go. It's doing the same, it's playing the same stupid fucking game.
Yeah. That's why I haven't really been touching it. You know, I like touching things that allow me to touch them. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, Rivian to me is just kind of in a no trade zone. You're just simply gauging that EMA 100 on the daily. You know, we were talking about how important 1094 was for Rivian, and it was very important. You know, what I didn't like around here, and this is why I was closing my shorts, even though we were green, was simply based on the fact that we weren't breaking away from this zone. This is more just like predatory to shorts. You notice this, you're just like slowly putting in bullish structure. Didn't like that. You know, usually with these channels, if you're going to reject and break down, it has to be kind of immediate. Like you generally would want it to break down, rally up, and then at this point, actually go down and break this last low here. It just didn't happen. So that's why I was just on the camp of closing that short. And then here, when we came back to this zone, same thing happened. You know, we're just not really fully breaking down, just more chopping and putting, most importantly, bullish structure. You know, it's just more predatory to short. So to me, Rivian is still in a downtrend though. And, you know, this move doesn't really mean that we can't short. We just should wait. So like I'm waiting personally for like $12.30 to $12.50 to maybe dabble short again. And that just adheres to the overall weekly trend. Had a weekly lower low here. You have your last lower high there. So, you know, a move up maybe to the 34 would make sense to me. Something that you'll just visually see is we're kind of in this channel still in Rivian on the weekly, you know, where like, yeah, we've definitely like broken out. We've tried to, you know, we've tried to break out, but we're just still back into this channel. But one thing I will say is we are, if this is going to be true, which I'm not holding weight on this, but, you know, we're just kind of towards the end. So a decision here should happen, in my opinion. And we also see that on weekly volatility. Now that I'm seeing that, weekly volatility is finally reset. This is significant because I do believe this is, yeah, the lowest volatility read we've ever had in the history of Rivian. So on the weekly chart. So that's actually quite interesting. Same on the 2-week. Lowest volatility read ever. We know the monthly is already that. 5-day? Maybe? No. Heading towards the lowest read, maybe into next 5-day close, it will be. So 5-day weekly is giving us volatility set up already. I'm sure daily's resetting was okay. Expanding when we went up, came down, just in chop zone reset mode. Maybe the 2-day will say something. Nope, not really getting anything. But the 5-day and weekly is actually quite important. 5-day, the hopium now is that maybe we get back above the 5-day 9, right? This hammerhead holds, you get back above the 5-day 9, you can make your move up to that 34. And then ideally you hold above $12.30, something like this. Now that would look quite nice. And that's the hopium for bulls. Bears are simply just trying to get a rejection here at the 21. They're gauging, you know, already price slight weakness already there, front running it. So any tap on it, maybe into this week, next week, you'd be gauging that zone to reject hard. And that also lines up with, you know, just simply playing a simple SFP play. Boom. Just, it's not fully there. It's going to bother me like that. And then, you know, you broke down and you're just slow grinding up. And then maybe you go down, something like that, right? And, you know, it still would make sense to me. Reject a 34 on the 5-day. That was the spot, you know, that bulls couldn't reclaim. So you should be gauging rejections there. And then the weekly also lines up with that, just based on the weekly 21, you're rejecting that solidly. And then if you do end up wicking slightly above $12.30, that's why I talked about maybe $12.50, you would just simply be gauging that to reject, being the 34 on the weekly. Because visually, if you start getting back above that, you're back above the meme line, and then next zone, I don't really trade off to 55. Next zone for me would be $13.70. So it's a pretty big zone here, I will say. We just can't disregard weekly trend, which is still down. And, if we did end up rejecting where we've been rejecting each time, could just be another lower high on the weekly. So Rivian's not looking good. It's just more in chop zone, no trade zone, but it's still not looking the best. And what you're seeing is volatility is shedding off, which is good. The HBDR here, kind of ties into, if you get back above like that $12.30 on a weekly close, probably will make its way up to 1360. So it's not illogical to assume, if you are a bear, that you're going to find some weakness in this zone then, because it kind of has to, or we're going to break out. And the median shifting down will be the sign that, this is more bullish than bearish. But until then, we're still under all the major moving averages that we have been rejecting on this downtrend here. We also know that Rivian can do busting action and go up just like it always likes to do before rejecting. So could liquidity grab. Maybe the weekly does end up breaking out. But why I wouldn't want to see that mainly is just because of how reset this is. Theoretically, this is going to be a major move on Rivian. We can look at past moves, right? Like this was to the downside upon expansion. You got, I'll just take it from here, 18% move. This one was to the upside, right? Boom. 71% move. So like those two moves, you have to think of it, the next setup on this weekly is going to be bigger than even those two, technically speaking, because volatility is at the lowest read we've ever had. So it's a pretty big move here on Rivian. I'm actually going to start paying attention to this closely because, you're either going to aggressively break this downtrend, in my opinion, right? Take the last lower high out and just move up towards that weekly EMA 100. Be interesting to see that. What would that mean for the monthly then? So test the 21 maybe. Interesting. And you also see the 9. I know there's a lot of stuff going on. Let me delete this. You also see the 9 here is actually right around that $12.30. So it's just important, actually. So yeah, I mean, you're either going to see a move back to $16 or this weekly setup will take you to $6, in my opinion. Still, if we're under the monthly 9, we have to just be more on the bias. That trend will take, president here, which is down. And we're going to find some kind of rejection around here, possibly then into late May, early June. You'll see a move, maybe. It just does that, makes everything more contracted on volatility. But overall, I mean, Rivian's at an important spot where if you're a bull or a bear, you're paying attention. You're either waiting for price structure to shift here, reclaim the 34 based on the 21, make them move up maybe to $13, reclaim that, then you get that move to 15. Or as a bear, you're really just looking for an easy short opportunity, stop loss here, waiting for the next lower high on the weekly, and then maybe this just rolls over and then comes down. So you're gonna get either or, in my opinion. Now it's a little harder to gauge, but how I'm looking at things, it's still bearish to me. Now the weekly is giving bulls hopium, though. I will say that median shifting down and also as pressing up against the 38.2%. That is hopium, but bears will just interpret this as, okay, we just need to immediately reject, and then the next move will take us down to $10. And then if we do test that, we're probably going to end up breaking down. So you can take it either or here, we'll say. Maybe the 2-week will guide us more. 2-week is a little more bearish, obviously, because we're rejecting the median. The next move would take you to $9.58, which would mean you're losing that $10.92 support. So again, not very simple, I will say. You can interpret it either or. But we still have to just stick to our system, and how I work out on is, okay, is the monthly under the 9? Well, it is. Are we rejecting it? We are. Is the daily EMA 100 above the daily above the EMA 100? No, it's not. And are we rejecting it? Slightly. Okay. And is the weekly 9, are we above it? Slightly. Have we gotten closures above it? No. So I'll be then gauging on the weekly to then start formulating if this is more of a chance to break out more breakdown. Until that happens, this is still bearish to me. So yes, the median on the HBDR is the hopium here, maybe the daily too. Dailies and breakouts. There is hopium here, but you're just gauging essentially bears to kind of step in here soon, and it probably does start with the EMA 100 right around $12.30. So in summary, you're essentially just watching April 1st high. You essentially just want that to hold as the last lower high on the weekly. You start seeing weekly trend shift, weekly EMA 34 get reclaimed, and us actually based on $12.30. It's going to be hard for me not to say our next move will be around $16 to $17. We have a meme line there. It's, Rivian does like to squeeze up bigly sometimes, so it could be one of those times, but ideally it won't. $12.30 rejects, and weekly BBWP fires off or keeps contracting and then fires off in favor of bears. And when this does fire off, this could be our $6. So maybe you could just do that. And then once this does fire off, eventually, ideally, that'll take us all the way down to that lower low on the monthly that we've been waiting for months now. And that'll be around $6. So yeah, and you even see the 38.2% is now there. I think that was into last month around 750. So now it's even there. So more confluence to that idea. It's like, yeah, if this low here doesn't hold, which is the median, next target will be $6.30 minimum. So yeah, interesting spot. I will say, let's just see the quarterly. I don't think I looked at that. And you are into this quarterly already rejecting the 5. One thing to note on that 5 is that's kind of been the spot that Rivian likes to stop its price action. The squeezing action is on that quarterly 5. You saw it here, here, and is this time different? So what I like about the quarterly, though, is look at this. You start reclaiming back above that. You do have the next move up at $18, which is the 9. So is it like totally out of the question to say Rivian's at a big spot now? It could go to 17. It could go to 6. No, it's not. And technically, it's still in the right. It's still right to say it's more bearish than bullish, but that can quickly change, and it will greatly depend on first the daily and then the weekly. So
that's right. That's right. Up or down.
basically.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Farhan, we're just doing Chipotle and we're done. We're done, son. Thank you. Okay. Que estamos viendo Rivian, lo tengo en la semanal. Siempre les aviento todos los cuentos, ¿no? Vamos a empezar con eso en la mensual para que la gente simplemente, si son nuevos, lo estén viendo por primera vez. Rivian tuvo un primer, básicamente, tope y el único en 179.47. Esto pasó en el 2021, cuando salió, y desde entonces ha estado bajando y cayendo agresivamente. Lo pueden ver acá, hasta la zona de los 11.93, que es donde nos encontramos hoy. El fondo local está en 8.30, 8.26, $8.26, y estamos por encima de ello. Justamente en medio, desde que logramos ese fondo, hemos estado creando una estructura bastante jodelona. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes mínimo, alto, alto más, bajo más alto, alto más bajo. Y ahora estás en medio. Es literalmente el maldito wedge de cagada, ¿no? Que te enseñan en todos los cursitos de trading. Ahí está. Y aparte el de aquí abajo lo vamos a extender para que llegue por acá. Ahora voy a tener que reajustar Ahí está. Así que todavía le queda hasta junio del 2025 para tomar una decisión. Obviamente la puede tomar antes o la puede tomar después. Tienes esta vela topera, tienes esta vela que cerraste instantáneamente, que también es topera, pero luego tienes esta que cerró de lado y esta de lado. Lo que nos dice que estamos corriendo de tiempo, básicamente los bajistas están acabándose su tiempo, así que tienen que hacer algo si es que quieren empujar el precio de Rivian para abajo. Estamos debajo del promedio del 9, nos está rechazando en la mensual. Eso normalmente nos pone en territorio bajista y es donde nosotros creemos que estamos. Y ha pasado desde que caímos de diciembre, enero, febrero, marzo y abril. Y estamos por debajo del 9 y también de mi línea meme cayendo por debajo de los $12. ¿Ok? Eso es la mensual. Además, nuestra volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia, pero todavía no nos da un setup ni tampoco se ha volteado para crear algo, así que la vamos a dejar en paz a la dama. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver, vamos a ver volatilidad al punto más bajo de toda la tabla, también preparando algo, ¿eh? Algo se está cocinando con Rivian, un movimiento agresivo. ¿Será alcista o será bajista? Vamos a ver. No se pierda el próximo episodio de Dragon Ball Z, donde Rivian será alcista o bajista. Estamos por debajo del 21, del 9, nos están rechazando, como ya nos rechazó el 34 acá arriba, y continuamos cayendo. ¿Dónde está el 5 en este pedo? Hasta el 5 nos está rechazando, que está en 12.02. No mames, qué ridículo es. Ok. Y ahora la semanal, ¿dónde nos pone? En la semanal estamos intentando tomar ese promedio del 9, lo pueden ver acá, justamente está en los 11.89, estamos cotizando en 11.94, pero lo podríamos perder hoy. Ayer nos dio un rechazo y también han sido como tomas de liquidez agresivas. Ahora, Rivian está preparando el cero volátil en la semanal más potente de toda su historia, estando la volatilidad en la parte más baja, y eso es que un movimiento agresivo y fuerte viene. ¿Para qué lado? Esa es la pregunta de oro. Podríamos ir hasta los 13.30 y no cambiar estructura de absolutamente nada, no superar este máximo, y eso nos pondría un alto más bajo y después un bajo más bajo. O podríamos voltear, tomar esta línea meme, subir por acá, recargarnos por acá, subir hasta los 15 y de ahí a los 18. Podría ser también. Ahora, tomando en cuenta que todos los países están reportando la menor cantidad de turistas entrando a todos sus países y la menor cantidad de viajes de toda la historia, también viendo qué otra cosa era de malos resultados. Bueno, las aerolíneas y todas las cosas que están dándose, yo no pensaría que Rivian, por alguna razón, sobre todo en el mercado de coches más bajista de toda la historia en Estados Unidos, donde la menor cantidad de unidades se están moviendo, y también de casas desde el 94, que alguien me diga por qué putas una compañía de coches de la nada va a empezar a reventar a la alza. Ahora, puede ser por participación con otras empresas, asociaciones, etcétera. Eso es lo único que nos hace dudar esto, porque esto en teoría debería irse a la baja. Y ahora, si les pongo el HPDR, solamente para darnos una idea de dónde estamos parados, estamos siendo rechazados en el 38.2%. De ahí lo que deberíamos de buscar son los 10.63 y de no aguantar los 10.63, 9.35. Una vez pasados los 9.35, te llevas todos estos mínimos, y vas a ir mínimo al 61.8%, que está en el 8.45. Estando acá, te llevas los 8.26, que es el mínimo de toda la historia, y mi estimado, vas a ir a por ahí de los $7. La de 2 semanas nos cuenta la historia, nos está rechazando la media, lo pueden ver perfectamente ahí. La parte baja de la zona azul está en los 9.63, que ya nos pone ahí en tema de cocinados, y el 61.8% está en bajos absolutamente nuevos. Así que no estamos tan locos por acá. Además, en la diaria estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 200, por debajo de nuestro promedio del 100, que fue lo que nos rechazó hasta ahora. Eso está en los 200, en los 12.20, en la zona del 61.8%. Si perdemos esto, vamos para abajo y de ahí los 11.67, vas a donde está la media en los $11. De ahí a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 10.40, eso te llevaría probablemente a crear nuevos mínimos. Para simplificar todo esto para ustedes, honestamente, no necesitamos tanto análisis por acá. Güey, puedes romper los 12 y clavarte por encima del promedio del 100 en la diaria, es tu primer paso. Segundo paso, el 200. Tercer paso, 13.30, que coincide con mi línea meme que viene acá y también coincide con mi línea meme acá. Una vez que pases eso, vas a tener una alta probabilidad de irte a los 18. Pero por ahora, tienes que primero poder simplemente vencer a la resistencia de los 12. Y ahí tiene cara Rivian de que quiere, pero no quiere. Y de ahí nuestro 100. Somos bajistas simplemente perdiendo el 9 diario, que son 10.77. Y eso nos pondría en el HPDR, dando todos esos escalones a la baja. Ahí lo tienen, bastante sencillo. Rivian, vamos a ver, Chipotle para cerrar este pedo.
Chipotle way.
You're gonna love your Chipotle. I gotta tell you, there's not a lot of people that know how much diarrhea I get from Chipotle. There you go.
Absolutely.
That, if I'm not mistaken, is the Bitcoin chart.
I believe you were correct. I think you
Mm.
might be. You might be
See, I'm
speaking.
learning about trading.
I think so.
So Powell's talking right now. Powell, Jerome
Is
Powell.
he?
Yeah.
Is he?
Uh-huh. Didn't expect
I
that.
wonder
Is that
about
some,
what.
like, economic
Why is he talking?
because he's at I'm trying to find it. He's at some like economic thing. So what was it?
My
Like some
my stop loss on my loan is now in profit. See if it stops me out.
Nice.
Let's see. Quarterly on Chipotle. Sorry,
it's the Fed Chair Powell on the state of the economy. Yeah, I don't know, but he's live, so just so everyone knows.
Oh, he's just going to tell us how great. Remember, the economy's strong. That's all we need to know. Nothing has changed. Economy's very strong. Unemployment's low. We're good. We're Gucci. But
Chipotle
now
has been.
Yeah.
Sorry?
No, nothing. I'm sorry.
I'm
Go
sorry.
on.
No, I'm sorry. No, you can continue. I'm sorry.
So you continue.
No, you continue.
I was
I'll
just going to
continue.
say, Powell, I got to give it to Chair Jerome Powell. He really has learned from his mistakes. I know that in 2020 we printed $10 trillion, and he didn't see inflation coming from just creating way more money. And then in 2021, when inflation started hitting us, he said, "Don't worry, we don't have to raise rates. We can just wait because this is going to be transitory." And then in 2022, we had to raise rates because it was not transitory. But now he's worried up front about the fucking inflation that Trump tariffs are bringing. Isn't that incredible? That shows you how caring Jerome Powell really is about his job.
A good guy.
He learned so much.
What a good guy.
Yeah.
Maybe it's transitory this time.
Maybe it's transsexual this time, the inflation. We'll see. We'll see.
Chipotle has been literally going straight up only since 2018. That's crazy. I wonder what happened in 2018 that made it go up. Is that when their new CEO came in? I heard they had a new CEO that wasn't the founder, and then that new CEO had some like heavily reduced portions. Might be what caused it.
Well, there's been two changes at the CEO position, but I think that's when they sold from McDonald's.
Yeah, now the original founder finally became a billionaire.
Mm-hmm. Good for him.
6 months is now breaking down into the bearish control zone while volatility is now expanding off that dump. We are freshly getting the first ever sell signal ever on the jewel on this thing. Although we did come all the way down nicely to the 9 EMA. And notice how we freshly broke into the bearish control zone. We have not been in the bearish control zone since 2018. So the last time we were in the bearish control zone anywhere near the zone was 2018. All of these zones here, we were significantly higher on momentum. So we made a much higher low. And this low here is at $26. This low here is at currently $44. So almost twice the price, but we're way lower on momentum, giving you pretty powerful hidden bullish divergence on the 6 month. It's going to take a lot to confirm it right now, though. Right now, to confirm it, you'd have to close over $66.74, but that would easily take you up to this 38.2%, right around $100. Pretty big. But it's a very big if for that. What do you call it? That play out. It is still a possibility as long as you're closing over $26.15. So this can dump a lot and still be bullish long term. It could even come down to this 21 EMA all the way here at $30, bounce here and still put in the hidden bullish divergence and go up to $100. It just tells you long term it's gonna be bullish, but immediately it doesn't really tell you much. We're on to the 3 month. Quarterly is also trying to flip back up on momentum, still below the moving average while volatility contracts. You do have a sell signal on the jewel right now, still within the bullish control zone. See, there's a bearish divergence on the jewel right now with a high right here, lower high right here with a higher in price. It's not confirmed just yet. It will confirm if you can close below $47.55. That will give you a target. It's bottom 38.2% and it's 21 EMA right around $40. That's hilarious how a quarterly bearish divergence will only give you a target of $8 lower than where we are now. Monthly is also into the bearish control zone with volatility flipped up. Monthly is now giving us pink crossing below the yellow, dark blue losing the bullish control zone. Let's mark that with the vertical line right there. Oh, we don't even have another one. That's interesting. Oh, it's right here. I'm retarded. I missed this. I'm blind and retarded.
Wow, that's it?
So, no, there's a lot more other things. I'm just trying to be nice to myself. 26% and then 31%. So let's take that from where we are now. How much have we lost? About 27%, right around that first move. Let's take it to 31%. That would bring us a little bit lower to this 55 EMA at $41. Somewhere around that $40 to $41 area if the low has already not been put in. 2 week. 2 weeks also kind of looking like the low possibly could be in if we don't get a retest of this 100. The momentum is just about to get back over the move. It's currently over the moving average, hasn't confirmed just yet. If it does confirm that, then likely this will be the local bottom at the very least while we test this 21.55 again. Weekly's probably already going to be over it. Come on. Yeah, weekly is currently over the moving average, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. So if it does hold this moving average, then we should get that move upwards into somewhere around that $50-ish area. Right now, the jewel has lost the sell signal. 5 days been basically the same thing as the weekly. We currently do have this silver cross to the downside. So if we do continue up, it would be testing somewhere around that $50 to $51 zone with the 9 EMA it's at, and you likely go lower. Come on. 2 days currently pointing down on the momentum with volatility expansion. Interesting. However, the jewel is very close to getting a powerful buy signal with the pink crossing above the yellow. Hasn't happened just yet. Likely will happen as long as we hold somewhere around this big low of $48.21. If we can close above that, then it should play out. If you close below there, probably gonna break down. Daily is currently pointed up on momentum, very close to the bullish control zone, while volatility is just now starting to expand. And the jewel is now once again giving you a buy signal. If you can hold somewhere around $48, likely should see a move somewhere into 50. These are very small moves.
Very.
4 hour, yeah, 4 hours trying to flip back up, still in the bearish control zone, still below the moving average. If you can hold, if you can manage to close above what is low here. Oh fuck, that HPDR is so annoying sometimes. $48.21. If you can close over there, should see a move into 50. If you close below there, probably gonna come back down to somewhere around like $47 to $45. Check the RSI. Let's hope my AirPods don't die. They're at 10%.
Oh, you're good. 10% is plenty. Plenty of bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't know where
It's playing the battery. I got a lot of batteries. It's bringing his battery in the planet.
that.
My boy Elon, you know something about batteries? Quarterly still has that hidden bullish divergence active. It's going to be active if as long as you don't close below $47.98. We're like cents above that number right now. And is it a higher high? Oh, it is. There's no bearish divergence. That's 6 months, by the way, not quarterly. This is quarterly. Quarterly already has bearish divergence confirmed. And it's going to be confirmed as long as you're closing below $66.74. In your next move on divergence, if we close below $47.98, is going to be this neutral zone. It's currently at $35. Even that's not that big of a move. Come on. Definitely on monthly. 2 week. 3 drives of bearish divergence on the 2 week. As long as you're closing below $52.32. Your next target with a close below 44.46, it's going to be the critical zone, which is at 38.90. Not that much lower. It's like $6. Weekly, come on, nothing. No, 5 day. Nothing. 3-day. Oh, 3-day currently has 3 drives of bullish divergence as long as you're closing above $44.46. If you can get a close over 51.50, you should see a movement to the edge of the bearish control zone, which is the same target. It doesn't really help you. The neutral zone will be the next area, which is at $57, and that's only $3 higher. This thing is not even worth trading. That's so boring. 2 days about put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. It will confirm if you close below 48.21. Your next target is going to be the moving average, which right now is at $41. It's only $7 below where we are right now. I guess this is the new boomer stock because it's less volatile than Apple.
And it keeps going up over time.
So boomers are now investing in gringo burritos.
They must be investing in the most advanced technology for burritos that we've ever seen. They won't give you diarrhea, which I know sounds impossible, but
I've never had stomach issues from Chipotle. Maybe I'm just built different.
The beans destroy me. That's all.
they'll get you.
I don't eat the beans.
So there you go. We might have found the problem with Chipotle.
Yeah,
Surely Bitcoin's not going to flip red today.
I use
Surely that would
so I can get more meat.
Surely that would
shit,
happen.
I think I got stopped.
Surely
Yeah,
it
did.
wouldn't flip red today.
Oh well, I got stopped in profit.
Oh, that's good.
6 month on
Yeah.
Chipotle is currently flipped to the upside, and it is flipping back up at the edge of the right at the edge of the critical zone, and it will flip up, remain flipped up as long as you're closing above $47.86. So if you go down to 6 month and 3 month, 3 month is currently flipped down. However, is it? Oh, 3 month does have bearish divergence on the stochastic already confirmed, and it will be flipped down as long as you're below $66.64. That's quite high up. And your next target off of that bearish divergence is going to be this 21 EMA at $40. So it's the same target as the RSI divergence for $40. Seems like $40 is an inevitability. Monthly is also flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and it will be flipped down as long as you're below $62.20. 2 week is also flipped down with volatility expansion, and it will be flipped down below 55.75. Weekly is currently flipped to the upside, and it will be up as long as you're above 46.15. And there's currently a weekly silver cross to the downside, so if we do continue to the upside, probably just to retest that 50 to 51 area. 5 days also flipped up and will be up as long as you're above 45.83. Also has a silver cross. 2 days also flipped up above 48.18. Daily is flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone as long as it's above 49.27, which is currently below. So it's looking like daily is about to flip down in the next 2 hours, and that would be a rejection of the bullish control zone. See if 4 hours flip down. And the 4 hour is flipped down, confirming the daily likely will flip down as well. And it will be flipped down as long as we're below $49.67. Fuck up. So the high time frames right now are currently flipped to the downside. The highest time frame, the 6 month, is flipped up, but it is a 6 month chart, so a lot could happen in between this month actually playing out. Whereas the quarterly is half of that. So the quarterly does look like it's going to play out a downside move before the 6 month plays out its upside move. And the quarterly target of the divergence is somewhere around that $40 area. So it does look like we're going to probably bounce somewhere around $40. Put in the next macro low here, which is just going to be a macro higher low, confirming hidden bullish divergence to send us up to new all-time highs. And if you switch to the lower time frames, they do support that idea with the monthly starting to flip down, giving you the bearish divergence, volatility expansion. The 2 week is flipped down. Every time frame is flipped down except for the daily, which is and the 2 day, which are currently flipped up, but the daily is about to flip down in the next 2 hours. And what confirms that that's likely going to happen is that the 4 hour is also flipped down. So the daily likely flips down. We probably play out that divergence target to somewhere around $40. Probably going to take a good amount of time to happen, maybe a couple of weeks. Then probably grinds out a higher low around $40, confirms a hidden bullish divergence, and then goes to new all-time highs.
with this fucking volatility, it's going to take 39 million years to get there. Alex, you want to
Oh
share
yeah,
something about
definitely.
Bitcoin?
Yeah, why not? Why not? So we are almost on a red day. Let's go and see what's good. So we essentially, this was very easy. There was no stress today. We understood that Bitcoin could have easily gone up to the EMA 100, talked about that, added to there, no big deal. We rejected it. So, I mean, now to the book, I'd have to gauge this as, well, this is the shooting star. Like I said, we then take out the high, I added to our shorts. This should flip red. And then we should start making our way down to the 70s, in my opinion. But we'll see. We'll get an easy short trigger, right? Even with volatility to the downside, it doesn't change what we know. And we know the 4-hour EMA 100 is the spot. If you're not positioned, you're waiting for that to give. Could look anywhere like this. And then we rally up, and then we reject, right? 4-hour EMA 100 is always an easy short for me. Whenever you lose it, it's like a 90% hit rate, in my opinion. Now, I haven't backtested it myself, so don't clip me on that, but generally it's a good time to short. So like here we lost it, shorted anywhere around there, paid well. Here you reclaimed it, you canceled shorts. It's not until you actually lost it, shorted here. I did short there, paid out well. Here you reclaimed it, you canceled shorts. Here you reclaimed it, you canceled shorts. And so now what you see is if you do end up going right there, that's an easy short trigger. So yeah, here you lost it, tested it, rejected. So my point being, there's no FOMO here. I got the Academy fully short already, so all of our shorts on crypto hit, besides Ethereum, unfortunately. Yeah, it's sad. I needed this to go up to here on ETH. So a little disappointed on ETH because I do think 500's brewing on ETH, but we did get filled on Sol. So, Sol very nicely filled. And so we're max short now. Ideally, we're just watching ES1. Like I just said before, it's clinging onto a cliff. Once this gives, we're probably going to capitulate on market. So, yeah, that's all I have. It's nice to start seeing finally bears step in here because I was feeling, well, a little dumb this morning, but we trade the plan always. And when my analysis, I did talk about a move up possibly to that 12-hour EMA 100. So we got that. We rejected it. I'm now ready for this to start nuking. And that'll play into the idea that, yeah, the weekly lower high is in. And, this move now, honestly, just made us solidify that the weekly 9 just got rejected again. So, that's all I have on Bitcoin. I hope it was pretty clear today. I mean, we gave out lots of shorts. We understood where we were wrong. And Bitcoin still could go up. That's the issue. So until that 4-hour EMA 100's not, until we lose it, I'm going to be still slightly cautious. But remember, we had that 6-hour volatility set up. So this can start getting fun, ideally, for bears soon. And the idea now is that we're fully positioned short. So I think there's, 2 shorts that are, no, all of them are green now. So even my stock shorts are green, Apple, Strategy, Coin. So yeah, there was a lot of variety here you could have had. So that's all I'm going to say. I gave out like 15, I don't even know, 10 shorts, we'll say, 5 shorts this morning. So
we're out looking for shorts.
GG. Daily's about to flip red. I feel like we were the only ones saying that was going to happen. But yeah, that's it. Right. Good stream, boys. Good stream.
Good job. Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone. Thank you so much for everything.
Muchachos.
Have a good one, motherfuckers.
Thank you, boys.
Take care. Vale, estamos viendo Chipotle. Interesante cómo cachó Alex ese potente short tan rápido, porque no mames, instantáneamente Bitcoin cayó hasta los 83,700. Nada mal. Bueno, estamos viendo Chipotle en la 2 semanas, yo creo que se las voy a poner, es la manera más fácil de verlo. Chipotle está en una tremenda tendencia alcista, lo hemos visto todo, pero ahora está en un momento importante. Habíamos platicado justamente de esto, el famoso doble techo, ¿no? Depende cómo lo quieran ver, cómo lo quieran usar, pero acá tienes estos 2 puntos con el máximo histórico en junio del 2024. Un alto más bajo en diciembre del 2024 y creamos un bajo y un bajo más bajo. Lo bueno es que Chipotle no se mueve mucho. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo en este momento? Sencillo. Si nos vamos a llevar ahorita los 47.91, y voy a ponerla, me parece que es la semanal, exactamente. Si ahorita nos rechaza esto y nos llevamos los 47.21, vamos a ir a los 43. 43.33 y probablemente el S&P 200 llegue por acá. Esto es donde probablemente el precio de Chipotle encuentre el fondo local y después continúe a la alza. Casi nunca cae, relativamente hablando, comparado con otras acciones, nada. Vamos a ver dónde estamos ya parados. Desde el tope hasta el mínimo más bajo son 35%. Vamos a buscar el 2022 para ver qué fue lo que nos dio. Parece que está acá, agosto, y esto fue hasta el 2022. Ok, vamos a ver lo que nos dio en la recesión que le cambiamos nombre, 38%, básicamente lo mismo. Vamos a ver el 2020. 2020 de la noche a la mañana fue un 56%, pero eso no cuenta, en realidad fue un 40%. Es lo que tiene cara que Chipotle hace todo el tiempo. La corrección más grande que podrías ver sería más o menos por acá, por esta zona en los $36, pero en los 43, si yo estuviera acumulado Chipotle, empezaría a comprar. Y 36 sentiría que me saco la lotería y también 28, 30, ¿qué te digo? Sería una joya, una verdadera joya. Más allá de eso, dudo que Chipotle vaya a colapsar. Es comida barata. Es justamente lo que se necesita en este tipo de situaciones, economías, etcétera. Y estoy seguro será de las primeras en rebotar. Por eso también su timing de cuándo es tope comparado con todo lo demás no marca los mismos topes que las otras cosas. Con eso los voy a dejar, damas y caballeros. Muchísimas gracias por escucharnos el día de hoy. Gracias por participar en el casino del tío Salo con el tío Farhan y el tío Alex. Por supuesto que sí. Bienvenidos a todos los que se reventaron esos buenos shorts. Felicidades, bien hecho, bien armado. Voy ahorita mismo a ver dónde estoy parado con los míos y probablemente llevarme algo de dinero a casa. ¿Por qué no, chingada? Les mando un abrazote. Gracias a todos ustedes por todo. Pórtense bien y nos vemos pronto, ¿ok? Pórtense bien, tíos. Hombre, pues tío, ¿qué quieres que te diga? Sí, ese hombre